All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome. This is the CRAM finale for AP Literature. Very excited to spend the next so many hours with you as we get ready for, as we put an end to this CRAM season, as we put an end to our studying here, and as we really try to finalize a lot of the work that you've been putting a lot of effort into, and see that all come to fruition tomorrow morning. If you have been joining us throughout this spring, very excited to have you here tonight. Very excited to spend some time together once more. If you are just joining us, welcome. We definitely hope that this is something that is positive for you, that it puts you at ease and helps you to be ready for our work tomorrow and the work that you have been putting in within your class. What are you excited for this evening? What are you most excited to go over tonight? Taking a look at poetry, prose, or really some prep with FRQ3. One of the things that I will say here is I see a bunch of people just starting to get their work or get their voices heard in these in this poll. One of the things that I want to make mention of is we're going to spend a lot of time going over, especially right at the beginning, we're going to spend a lot of time going through some multiple choice. But one thing that I really emphasized with my students today, they were asking about multiple choice, and I said, remember, the same skills that you're going through to do this work, those all come into play in the multiple choice. It comes into your writing. So of poetry, prose, and FRQ3, what are you most interested in as we get going here this evening? And it looks like kind of in a pretty dead heat there. We've got poetry and FRQ3. So I am excited to get going on that with you all as well. I think it's going to be really, really good getting that work done. And it all informs everything else that we're doing. So that's exciting. We definitely want to, first off, give a shout out and thank Gayatri, who's been helping us out all spring. Absolutely could not do it without her. She's helping me out by answering, by taking really the lion's share of the work tonight by engaging with you all, answering your questions. So be sure to take a minute to go through those questions so that she can help you out as well. And just remember, of course, that we are recording these. If you're joining us from the future, that's fantastic. I hope that you do well with the online exam, and I hope that you're doing well with however you choose to engage with this work. So that'll be really good. But a big thank you to Gayatri for all the work that she's put in over the course of the whole spring. And remember, if you are watching on one of our viewing parties later on, she is still there. Even though this might be recorded, she is still there. So really phenomenal work that she's done, and I can't thank her enough on that. As we get going, we always want to remember and invite you to engage with us at Think5able on our various social media platforms. And I'm actually going to take a moment here just to pause and hand it over to Amanda, who's going to talk a little bit about how to engage with us on our social media and about the work that we're doing to try to help kind of give back to you all some more. So Amanda, welcome.
What's up, Lit students? I'm so excited to be here, to see you, to say hello. It's been a crazy year. It's been wild, and I know that there's a lot of stress out there. So first off, I want to tell you that you totally got this. You for sure got this. You just got to take a deep breath. Kevin's going to take you through everything. 5 hours is a long time, so make sure you take some time, get some water, stay hydrated, get a snack. But breathe. We got you. We're going to go through everything and you'll be fine tomorrow. Don't even worry about it. And if you're watching this, at a future date, same. Couple things before we get going. As Kevin mentioned, please post your questions that are related to Lit in the discussion thread below, and those will get answered throughout the night. If you have any tech issues or any questions about the actual stream, just chat us in the little chat box, and that will go to a student that can actually help you out with the tech. So try to keep the discussion threads clear of any tech questions, but that's just based on the content. Lastly, on the social media note, we're doing something cool this year. We did this last year too, and I'm really excited about it. If you post about your CRAM experience or the AP experience on really any social network, if you post on Twitter, Instagram, or TikTok, we are actually giving away $100 to the best posts. So later tonight, there will be a winner, and that hopefully will then pay for your AP exam. So all you got to do is post something about your experience. It could be funny. You could be making fun of College Board's nonsense. You could be showing off your study session, doing something about the 5-hour stream, anything that you want. You can be really creative. Our students are going to be looking at those and choosing the best one. And they'll choose based on looking at likes. Does it have a lot of likes on it? And 2, do they look at it and are they just like, that's really fair. That's exactly what the AP experience feels like. Make sure you hashtag #YesWeCram so that we can find it and tag us at ThinkFiveable. But we're going to be posting and sharing and retweeting and sharing a lot of your posts. So make sure you get that done. It's super cool. And a lot of the social interns that we have, by the way, we actually hired from this contest last year. So we're really looking for students who are creating awesome content that want to create for Fiveable in the future. But if you're really good at that, get your submission in. And we're going to be continuing that. So even if you see this video later, you can still do that. So I'll leave it at that. I'm super stoked for you. Good luck on your literature exam tomorrow. And if you need me for anything, I'm around. I'll be in Discord. I'll be in the discussion threads. And I'll be rooting for you tomorrow. So I'll kick it back to you, Kevin. Good luck tonight.
Take a look back in here. Thank you, Amanda, for that, and thank you all for, again, just being here, being part of our community. It is really just awesome to have people who are this excited about getting going. Hopefully this excited about getting going with Lit, because that's certainly what brings me here, what hopefully brings all of you here, and definitely what brings us here tonight. So let's take a look at what it is that we are doing here tonight, just to make sure that we are, kind of on the same page. Amanda said it a little bit at just a moment ago here, but it is 5 hours. And so the only way to get this work done right is for you to keep you done right, and just making sure that you take care of yourself throughout the evening. I always think about Kobe always said that it's not the number of hours that you practice, it's about the number of hours your mind is present during that practice. And so the best thing that you can do tonight as we take a look at the next 5 hours, the best thing that you can do is to just keep yourself on. So we'll be continuing to hopefully mix it up a little bit, keep things light, keep things different. If you're joining us here at the end of I think nearly 12 sessions, probably 12 weeks of work here through the spring, there's going to be some stuff that you see repeated, but we've made a pretty conscious effort to try to give you some things that you haven't seen before in these crams. Obviously, a lot of the strategies are gonna look pretty similar, but as I've said all through the spring, the work that we're doing, the best way to practice it is to just keep looking at more and more material with those same tools. So hopefully we have a chance to do that, this evening in a way that is unique to this evening. Another thing that we've tried to focus on here is to take a look at trying to mix up the material, but also repeat some of the material, so that if you're coming and going, if you need to step away, you're not, when you come back, we're going to hit on some of the same stuff and you'll be able to, slide right back in. So if you need to step away, that's okay. At the top of every hour, we'll sort of go through this. We'll get ourselves reset and set up for what's coming next. So let's just do a quick rundown about what the night is going to look like. We're going to start and end with poetry, so that way, again, if you need to step away, you need to come back, you know that that's coming for you. And then after that, prose, and then we'll sort of, waterfall it back to prose in the 4th hour. The reason that we've got FRQ3 sandwiched in there, a lot of you pointed to in that first poll question, a lot of you pointed to and said that you're excited to get going on some FRQ3 prep. The approach to FRQ3 is going to be informed by what you know about literature in the first place. And so that's going to, we're going to bolster that in hours 1 and 2. And the reason that we sort of go in reverse here, question 3, question 2, question 1, is because all of the skills that you need to write a really effective AP essay, that's going to start with FRQ3. The way that you approach this material and the things that you definitely know, because you have the opportunity to, think about the books that you're going to, have in your back pocket as you walk into the exam, metaphorically speaking, of course. You want to make sure that you bring those same skills into those other FRQs. So again, all of this work all informs itself. And so hopefully that's going to be helpful for you to see how different strategies build on each other over the course of the evening. And for those of you who are joining us for the first time, hopefully that does build in a meaningful way. And for those of you who have been with us the whole time, hopefully saying it and looking at the same skills in a couple of different spaces for a couple of different approaches, hopefully that's helpful to you all as well. Let's take a look here, just a moment. This afternoon, I had a student walk into my room, and she had just finished her AP Calc exam. So she's really, I think she had AP Gov on Monday as well. She's really rolling through the week. But she said to me, Mr. Coughlin, what do I need to know going into tomorrow? What should I focus on tonight? And I said to her, if there are 2 things that you absolutely need to know, the second one is character motivation. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on. But the most important thing to remember is fit. Facts, interpretations, and themes. The biggest challenge, and again, I know I've said this a lot, but the biggest challenge here is making sure that you don't just notice something, but that you say something about it. So if you focus on the things that you see, the things that are meaningful in a text for you, the things that make you feel some kind of way, you then take those and talk about and ask yourself the question, okay, I see this, so what? I want to make sure that you're able to not just see information, not just see meaningful evidence, but always ask yourself, so what, and start to make those claims. When you do that work, when you make those claims, then you're bringing purpose to that material that you're acknowledging. And so if you're able to do that, this is going to help you to approach every question. It's going to help you to approach the structure of your essay. And then those themes, the now what, that's how you start to draw conclusions. So if you're really living in those interpretations, make sure that any piece of information that you look at tonight and tomorrow, any piece of information that you're looking at, when you notice something, that's awesome. That's half the battle. But then ask yourself, so what? So fit is the most important thing. That's why we're starting. That's why we're starting with it tonight. It's the most important tool that you can have in your toolbox going into tomorrow. By the same token, how you then think about that work informs how you talk about that work. Level 1, when we talk about, and this is again language that I've been that was brought to me from an AP reader. Okay, again, these AP readers, they're just your teachers. They're obviously from various parts of the country, but they're just your teachers. They're just English teachers who are going through. They're aware of books. They know what the questions are. They know they've all sort of talked together to try to make sure that what they're bringing into the exam is pretty baselined. Okay, and so they're thinking in this way. Level 1 is sort of the plot stuff. The stuff that you know is true, the characters' names, where they are, what they're doing. But level 2 is what you think about it. What is going on? What, as I said a minute ago, what are the motivations for those characters in that setting? How are they engaging with one another? And then ultimately, the conclusions you're drawing is how that plays into the rest of the text. And that phrase, the rest of the text, or rather the text as a whole, is the language that you're going to see more often than not tomorrow. That language, the text as a whole, or the text in context, that's the most important thing to be thinking about, because you want to recognize that all of the, an author doesn't just write a poem or a novel or what have you. They don't just write them in series of nice quotes, right? They may really recognize that they have a nice turn of phrase, and they'll craft that, obviously, but they're crafting an entire piece of work. And the questions, more often than not, are going to ask you about that entire piece of work. Even on some of the multiple choice that we're going to take a look at here in just a moment, even in those spaces, the answers, the questions, all of that, the language is never trying to trick you. What ultimately maybe becomes a little bit tricky is that you see some language and it says, look at line 5. What does line 5 mean? But you need to know the whole entirety of the excerpt, maybe not the whole book, but of the excerpt. You need to know the whole thing to understand how those different lines or different excerpts are working together. And so the most important thing to just keep in the back of your head is, what do I think about it, but how does it play into the entirety of the piece of work? Here's some things that you can also see. And remember, we'll question them in a moment, but here's some language as we start our night with some poetry. Here's some poetic language you can just have at your disposal. Surely you can go through and you can take the time to go back into archival content and look at our various trivia that we have available. And you can take a look at it. You could even just do a quick search engine search of, AP literature and poetry devices. You can absolutely do that. But to know all of those devices tonight is not only impractical, especially the night before the exam, but it's also probably not very necessary. The questions are not going to ask you, what is iambic pentameter? It's not going to ask a question like that. But it might ask about the form. You might want to recognize and talk about the fact that you have a sonnet in front of you. There's a lot of things that you can just point to acknowledge that it's there, to show what you know and get credit for doing what you do well. And then constantly asking yourself, again, so what? So let's take a look at some of the things that you can see, some of the places that you can look at something and know that you saw it and that we talked about it here tonight. So in the first place, if you take a look down this left-hand side of the column, you might see the categories of different language that might come into play in a question. So if you have a question that asks you about, how does the author develop structure? Well, structure can mean a number of things. Structure can be informed by a number of things. The first thing that I always tell my students to look for is a sonnet. Count the lines. And it's really easy. You don't even have to count all of them. Usually you're going to have the line number in increments of 5 down that left-hand column. If you notice that you've got line 5 is labeled, line 10 is labeled, but we never quite get to line 15, take a look. Are there 14 lines there? You have a sonnet. Is there a formal rhyme scheme? A, B, A, B, C, D, C, D, E, F, E, F, G, G. Is there iambic pentameter? If so, you have an English sonnet, okay? But those 14 lines, regardless, without a particular sonnet, can be important. Take a look when we're thinking about structure still, right up at the top here. Maybe you don't have a sonnet. Now, maybe you do, okay? If there's a line break, just because it doesn't go continuous doesn't mean that it's not still meeting all those other criteria. If you've got those line breaks, where are they happening? What's important about those pauses? What's important about the number of lines in each of those stanzas? And more importantly, where are lines stopping? What's the first word? What's the last word? Is there any punctuation? What's going on in terms of just that structure and style? And then form. Is there some shape to the actual, one of my favorite poets, Lawrence Ferlinghetti, RIP, just passed away, I believe, last November. The oldest living beat poet at the time, I believe. And he wrote a poem about the art of poetry as though it were someone walking on a tightrope. And if you look at the poem itself just has all the lines sort of go off to the left and off to the right as though they're doing a balancing act. There's some shape there. Are there ideas? Are there parallel ideas that are coming up next to one another? Is there any juxtaposition of those ideas, of that language? What are you starting to notice in terms of that form? And then starting to think a little bit about how the form, either the number of words, the way the lines are shaped, what's going on there, trying to take a look and say, is anything in that line shape, is anything in that word choice lending itself to some meter or some rhyme? Okay, if those last words are those last words on every line rhyming, what's going on there? Remember, you're likely going to encounter tomorrow iambic pentameter in some form or another. Remember that a single iamb, a single foot, is that set of syllable sounds. There's a stressed and an unstressed sound. So think about the word, or think about answering the phone. I know I certainly hate to answer the phone at all. But if you are so courageous, if you answer the phone and go, hello, you have that sort of down and up, that stressed and unstressed sound to what you've said. In fact, most of us, and I'm talking a little bit deliberately here, most of us tend to talk in iambs. Okay, that's just sort of that common flow. Meter is the syllable pace. Okay, so meter is going to give off is going to cause the poem or the line to give off some musicality. It's going to cause it to give off some sound. Okay, now you might have a blank verse or a free verse poem, something that's unrhymed or something that feels a little bit more spoken and direct and doesn't have a lot of musicality to it. But by the same token, you're going to recognize when something feels that it went a syllable too long, something feels like it went a syllable too short, something feels like maybe all of those lines are a full 10 syllables, but one of them is only 5. And you're going to start to notice that and say, okay, well, again, remember, so what? And then when you're thinking, if it's asking about rhyme scheme, take a look at the end. What are the patterns, if there are any, of the words at the end? Are they rhyming in maybe ABAB format? Is there terse rhyme where it's following a pattern of ABA, BCB, CDC? One of the things that I want to make sure that you remember if you do start to talk about rhyme is that if there are 2 stanzas and one goes AB, AB, and the next one goes CD, CD, make sure that you recognize it's not just that they trade off, okay? AB, AB may continue to be AB, AB if all of the A's rhyme. It only ceases to, it only stops being that A if the rhyme doesn't keep following those lines. If there's half a dozen lines that all follow that A rhyme, go for it. Point that out, okay? And then finally, thinking about word choice. We've heard diction, obviously just means word choice. But what are the words that are particularly meaningful? What are the words that are particularly salient? What are their direct meanings? Are they bringing in any simile or metaphor? Is there any connotation? Does that word make you think of something specific? If you heard, we talked about a poem earlier in the spring, including the word Bethlehem. If you hear the word Bethlehem, chances are you're talking about, the story of Christmas in the Christian tradition. And so you're starting to recognize that there are words that are meaningful and they make you think of specific things. What are those meanings? If it is something like Bethlehem, that might be a biblical allusion, an allusion, or reference to another story. And then one of the things that I want to make sure my students always remember is, do you notice any shifts? And we're going to talk about shifts almost all night. We're going to talk about them in terms of some of the poems that we look at. We're going to hear them in terms of some of the even just perspectives that we look at in our prose work. Okay, so let's take a look here. Now, a couple of things here. When we're thinking about this, remember that talking about this work and talking about poems and talking about things like fit, just what you see, you go, here's what I see. What you think about it, constantly asking yourself, so what? And then what else? What conclusions can you draw? Now what? Now I've included this QR code down the bottom. For those of you who are joining me from the East Coast, I'm just outside of Boston myself. For those of you who are joining me from the East Coast, you and I are going to wrap up around 10 o'clock tonight, okay? At that point, it's time for you to go to bed, okay? It's for sure time for me to go to bed, but it's time for you to go to bed and get a good night's sleep in preparation for your exam. But for those of you who maybe it's 8 or 9 o'clock, if you're coming to us from a different time zone and you've got a minute to take a look at some work, take a look at this QR code. I just think it's a really great piece of writing that I think is helpful to build on what we're going to talk about tonight. It's another way to see some work. It's called The Way to the Poem, and it talks about Robert Frost's stopping by woods on a snowy evening. Whose woods these are, I think I know. His house is in the village, though. You hear that sound, you hear that musicality, but it talks about the word in particular that I focus on from that work is that the author talks about the word haphazard. Lines and words and stanzas being organized in a way that is not meaningful, in a way that is haphazard. Robert Frost is almost never haphazard. Robert Frost could just as easily say, I think I know whose woods these are. And that line would have some good sound to it. It would have a pleasing sound. But he would have to carry that throughout the rest of the poem. And so there's a lot of inversion, there's a lot of language, and there's a pace to how he writes that poem. He talks about that poem. I'm talking about that poem because it's a poem that many of us have heard before, pretty easily, and can at least recognize some lines from it. We won't talk about it here tonight. But in general, there's a lot to be looked at there in terms of all of these different poetic pieces, because poetry is not, it is an art form. It's not going to have rules. It's about how the poet sets their own rules and then lives within them. Your job is to tell us, so what? What are the rules that were set, and how did the author live in them? Let's look at our first one here this evening. So basically the order of how we're going to work through some of this work. The order of how we're going to work through these readings. There's a few things for those of you, again, who are new, just to take a look at. I'll have the QR code. Obviously, the poem is up here right at the beginning. If you have a minute to jump in, I would encourage you, if you have the availability, to just open up another tab on your a computer right now and have our presentation open in one tab and side by side taking a look at some of, you can see the tiny URL down in the bottom right-hand corner here. There'll be tiny URLs on every slide. If you want to scan that by opening the camera app on your phone and just holding it up to the QR code, likely a little link is going to drop down at the top there. It's the same link as the tiny URL. So if you have the availability to have that kind of up on a big screen rather than on your phone, I can tell you that's going to be helpful later on when maybe we have to kind of scan some PDFs. It's just going to be easier on your computer if you can. If not, obviously this reading is right here. And we'll work through a little bit of it together. So we'll read through it once. We'll talk about the poem itself. And then we're going to take a look at the multiple choice questions, because I said right from the top of this, you need to take the time. You have the time. Believe me, you have the time. I know this test it seems like, you're dedicating 5 hours here. You'd probably dedicate close to 4 or 5 hours on the exam itself. I know it seems like a long, long time to work. And I know it seems like there's a lot of questions to answer in a short amount of time. I promise you, you have the time to take your time. As much as there are ways to approach a standardized test like this and try to just show that you found the right answer and that you can show those things, I promise you that if you really stop and think through each reading and each question in a way that is authentic to who you are as an academic, to who you have become over this year as a reader, as someone who is an expert at doing this analysis, I promise if you fall back on those skills that you've developed, that the questions and the answers are just going to come to you, okay? And I know that you've put in that effort because you're here tonight, okay? So let's take the time to look at this poem in its own right, and then we'll look at a couple of multiple choice questions related to it. So this is Elegy 5, His Picture by John Donne. I'm going to read it once. I'll ask you to read it to yourself a second time. I think you always should try to read poems at least twice. That's one where maybe, if you have the time on a test, take that time to read it twice. When we get to the prose in the next hour, you may want to read through once and then just kind of skim, but we'll talk about that. Take a minute to read a poem twice. Here, take my picture, though I bid farewell. Thine in my heart, where my soul dwells, shall dwell. 'Tis like me now, but I dead, 'twill be more, when we are shadows both, than 'twas before. When weather-beaten I come back, my hand, perhaps with rude oars torn, or sunbeams tanned, my face and breast of haircloth, and my head, with care's rash sudden hoariness o'erspread, my body a sack of bones broken within, and powder's blue stains scattered on my skin. If rival fools tax thee to have loved a man, so foul and coarse as I may seem then, this shall say what I was, and thou shalt say, do his hurts reach me? Doth my worth decay? Or do they reach his judging mind, that he should now love less what he did love to see? That which in him was fair and delicate was but the milk which in love's childish state did nurse it, who now is grown strong enough to feed on that which to disused taste seems tough. Take a moment and read through it once more to yourself. So as we take a look here, you may notice from the first, there are couplets, okay? So each pair of lines rhymes, okay? And you can see that just kind of scanning down the right-hand side of the poem. Farewell, dwell, more, before, hand, tanned, head, or spread, you get the picture. And so in terms of what is musical about this, in terms of the meter and the rhyme scheme, we see those couplets. As I would say to my students, and for the time being, well, you are in fact my students. As I would say, take a look. We have more than 14 lines, so not a sonnet. But we do have some of that rhyme. And as you're reading through and as you hear that musicality, you can start to examine a little bit of what that meter is. And so you're going to see people on their fingers in your exam probably trying to count out these syllables. Here, take my picture, though I bid farewell. And in fact, you hear da-da, 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 da-da. My closed captioning didn't do me any favors there, just going ... It's, the bump, dun, 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 dun. That was a little bit better. And so as we take a look here, you'll notice that there are iambs. Iambs in pairs means there's 5 of them, so we're an iambic pentameter. And in fact, that really starts to add that musicality to the poem itself. And so we ask, so what? Well, there are some things that happen as a result of that. When you look at words like tis and twill and twas and or spread, Dunn is pushing some syllables together to get to that 10 count, okay? Again, so what? We have these rhyme schemes. I'm going to point to this question of things being haphazard. Okay, I used that word just a moment ago. Are these lines haphazard? Could we take each couplet and maybe could we flip the last 2 lines and the first 2 lines? Would it make a difference in in terms of the poem? Yes, it would. Okay, we see there's what we would call enjambment. And so making sure, and I'll add just here quickly. Enjambment is sentences carrying over to multiple lines. And so if we take a look there, just quickly to take a look, sentences that carry on to multiple lines. And so by virtue of seeing that, by virtue of seeing these couplets together, but if we look at, say, line 19, which in love's childish state did nurse it, we couldn't move that because we have 2 lines that don't rhyme carrying over to one another. So they are pretty locked in here. He is playing a game with himself there, but he's ultimately able to succeed there. So we ask, okay, what's the story that's ultimately going through this whole piece? What we want to see is being able to recognize he's talking to, we want to ask ourselves, who is the speaker and how is the speaker ultimately changing over the course of the text? And the speaker changes in 2 or 3 places here. In the first, he's starting here, take my picture though I bid farewell. He's going somewhere, right? Thine in my heart. And we know that, looking at the title, we know that an elegy is a type of poem that is in remembrance of typically a death. And so we recognize that if he's going somewhere, probably going to die. And sure enough, in line 3, tis like me now, but I did. Will be more when we are shadows both than 'twas before. And now there's another moment where it's not haphazard. Could have said, when we are both shadows than we were before. But that steps on some of that meter. And so taking a look through here, recognizing that he then starts to talk about being weather beaten. And as we look through these lines right in the middle here, weather beaten seems like someone who's going off and is maybe on a ship and are going through the trials of being out at sea, and that they look like they've been really, again, obviously beaten up by the weather. He uses this word oars, which is again sort of nautical. Sunbeams, tanned, that he's out in the sun. That there's a lot of things that are going on in the weather, and that seems really adventurous, but really it's just his body sort of decomposing and decaying. And then we get down to line 13 or 14 here, where it starts to question, am I still worthwhile, or does that decay as well? Is my memory worthwhile? And even a little bit later on, was it love that nourished me, that nurtured me? And is that enough to feed us even after the fact, even after things have become difficult? So let's take a minute and move along here. I want to take a second here, and I see a couple of people just taking a look at some access to these poems. So I'll take a look, and hopefully a couple of you were able to jump in here, but if not, I'll try to see if we can't fix that up a little bit. It does look like a couple of people are in, which is awesome. It's particularly awesome just because I love on Google Docs when I get like an anonymous chameleon, an anonymous cheetah, an anonymous blobfish. That's always fun. But as we take a look at this question, remember how I said we want to have a pretty strong command of the poem in the first place. And that doesn't mean that it needs to be perfect, but to just have a sense of what's going on. So we have this speaker who at the outset seems like they're going on a journey, and by the end is lamenting that their love may be dead in the process of their dying, and hoping that it isn't. So we want to know the entirety of that, because whatever the question is asking here, specifically the question is asking for lines 5 through 12, but we want to know what the work has as a whole. Remember fit. We see this line, that's just the facts. We see what we see, level 1 stuff. We take a minute to interpret it. That's what the question is asking for, okay? It's not asking for definitions or anything. It's just asking for us to look at something and interpret it. But how we interpret it, how we draw those conclusions, depends on the entirety of the text. So we want to have an idea of that in the first place. So in lines 5 through 12, the speaker describes the changes that may take place in his appearance, primarily in order to do what? Okay, so let's take a look here. What do you think that it is? Take a look at our poll here, and we can show it a little bit just to indicate that it is there, but obviously same question at the outset. Now, a few things while you're taking a minute to think on that, and hopefully you're able to pull that up, but I will try to bounce back just quickly. While we're recognizing our work here, whenever I try to open up a poll throughout the evening, typically I just try to give a lot of right answers, and we'll get to this a little bit later on. I try to give a lot of right answers, or a lot of things that could be right, so you can recognize how you're feeling about, about what you're taking from any piece of reading. For the multiple choice here, obviously there is a right and a wrong answer. I do only have the option to give you 4, not the 5. So I will flip back and forth between A through D or B through E, so as to not give away when it's an A or an E answer. But here, let's take a moment to look at A. Let's take a moment to look at D just briefly, to recognize that it isn't an option here, but try to eliminate it as test takers. Okay. In lines 5 through 12, the speaker describes the changes that may take place in his appearance, primarily in order to, if it was E, in order to represent how difficult it will be to be away from the beloved. Now we know, as we go through this whole work, we know that sounds right. Right? He knows that that's something that is happening over the course of the whole text. We do recognize that that's something that's happening. He represents how difficult it will be to be away. That's what sort of makes it an elegy in the first place. That there's some struggle there. But being away is not particularly the reason that this journey is difficult. It's difficult, well, because he's crossing into death. And so as we take a look, we want to be thinking there a little bit. So there are some surprising aspects of the picture. The word picture is off just because we mentioned the picture in sort of the first movement of this poem, but it really is just sort of remember me, as I look now, so you're not thinking about what I look like later. The reasons that the journey is necessary, well, the reasons are, unfortunately, we're all going to take that journey at one day. So that part of it isn't necessarily meaningful as well. So I'm looking here and I'm seeing that a number of you are back and forth a little bit between A and D. And in fact, it is A, that it dramatizes the hardships that he is about to face. And so if we take a moment here just to sort of look back at E, representing how difficult it will be away, that's nearly true. He's dramatizing the hardships that he's about to face, which is all of them. It is the being away, but also the moving on. Now here again we see it. The word in context, lines 1 and 2, right at the beginning, serve to indicate which of the following about the speaker. Here, take my picture, though I bid farewell. And pardon me, I'll open up that poll just briefly as we take a look here. So, here, take my picture, though I bid farewell. Thine in my heart, where my soul dwells, shall dwell. Now that's an important. That second line is important for its syntax. Thine means you. Okay, thy meaning your. So thine means you. You in my heart, where my soul dwells, shall dwell. You shall dwell where my soul dwells. It's a really beautiful line. If we want to go that way with it. But let's take a look here. What do you think? And again, this time I've eliminated option A as a choice. Do you think that he is determined? So taking a look, he's determined to betray no sense of any danger. Again, there's a little bit about that. He's trying to put on a little bit of a brave face here. He's trying to remember that an elegy is celebrating a little bit, but mostly it's the reflection on the moment, the reflection on the hardship or the death. And so, yes, he is determined not to betray anything. He doesn't necessarily bring about too much anxiety to that point. So I wouldn't necessarily think too much on B. He suggests that he will remain unshaken in his devotion. I would hope so. He expresses a fear that he may never see her again. No, in fact, he's almost saying, don't worry. Where I am, you are. Where I live, you live. You live in my soul. Your soul is in my soul. He recognizes that conflict is inescapable in relationships. And the thing that's obviously challenging there is we're not necessarily talking about the relationship so much as we're talking about the events that are inevitable. And so in that inevitability, true that the answer is C. So really excellent job for so many of you there. Good work there. And hopefully, as we've thought through the other couple of answers, you might recognize some of the slight differences there, that it seems like a moment maybe. I see a couple of answers for D. It seems like a moment where he should be a little bit afraid, but not necessarily. He's putting on a brave face here. Let's take a moment to be just a little bit silly with The Atheist and the Acorn from Anne Finch. Let's take a moment just to take a look at The Atheist and the Acorn. So we'll read it through once, and then hopefully you'll be able to take a moment to read it through a second time. The Atheist and the Acorn. Methinks this world is oddly made, and everything's amiss, a dull, presuming atheist said, as stretched he lay beneath a shade. And instance in this. Behold, quoth he, that mighty thing, a pumpkin, large and round, is held but by a little string, which upwards cannot make it spring, or bear it from the ground. Whilst on this oak, a fruit so small, so disproportioned grows, that who with sense surveys this all, this universal casual ball, its ill contrivance knows. My better judgment would have hung that weight upon a tree, and left this mast as slightly strung mongst things which on the surface sprung, and small and feeble be. No more the cavalier could say, nor farther faults decry. For as he upward gazes lay, an acorn, loosened from the stay, fell down upon his eye. The offended part with tears ran over, as punished for the sin. Fool! Had that bough a pumpkin bore, thy whimsies must have worked no more, nor skull had kept them in. So take a moment. There is obviously some musicality in this pacing. We're looking at cinquains here, at stanzas of 5 lines each. We do see some meter here, lines ending in iambs, but otherwise, not necessarily following that pattern. And so recognizing more some of the other work as we're going along here. So take a moment to read through that just once more for yourself, trying to think about who the speaker is and who the speaker is speaking to. And I'll talk more about that in just a moment. So as we look here, our language is a bit more dactylic. We have that sort of unstressed sound followed by 2 stress, and then that iamb at the end. And as we take a look through this, we recognize 2 characters. Now we'll talk a little bit more about characters, characterization, and motivation later on in the evening. But as we are looking at this work, as we're taking a look at this poem in particular, I want to take the time to acknowledge that there are 2 characters and each has a motivation, and I'll come up in the in our questions in a moment here. As we're looking, though, we see some plot line in this conversation. There is presumably an atheist, and if we're thinking about connotations, obviously, atheist isn't necessarily going to spring about any particular connotation, except for what it is. We have that denotation, but we do start to think about what that motivation would be. So pardon me for a moment. So you know what an atheist is, and what their perspective might be, and then you have this other person who is talking about the atheist, who's meeting this person, and presumably we can maybe assume that person is not an atheist, does believe in God and creation, and obviously there's some nature going on in this poem. So as we take a look here, we have the atheist pointing to a pumpkin and saying, makes no sense that this pumpkin's on the ground. Why wouldn't you put a pumpkin up in a tree where it could be better supported? And we have an acorn. Why not have this acorn just sitting on the ground? Why that's better, I'm not particularly sure, but that is the argument of the atheist. And then the atheist looks up at the tree, and while he's waxing arrogance at the acorn falls and hits him in the eye. And he said, and the other person, our speaker here, says, well, it's a good thing that wasn't a pumpkin, or it would have knocked your head off. And so as we look here again, the purposes of the point of the story, the point of the poem, are not to just understand the story. There is some humor in it. There is some musicality in it. And so ours is to ask how. How do these things come about as we move? We recognize some of our rhyme scheme in terms of what looks like A, B, B, A, B, C, D, D, C, C, D, D, C. And so we see that how these rhymes are coming into play, but we ask ourselves again, so what? And so once we get a sense of what's going on in the poem, we can move on. Which phrase from the poem best describes the speaker's opinion of the atheist? So again, we have this moment, and I'm going to actually just come back here briefly. We see a couple of words here that we can think. We have the word cavalier. We have the word fool. And almost at the end, thy whimsies must have worked no more, nor skull had kept them in. That had he been hit in the head with a pumpkin, it would have knocked all sense out of him. But the atheist as well here says, if someone with sense could look at all of this, you who is a sensible person surveys all of these things around us in nature. You see all of these things around us. What does that mean for you? You know, and actually, sorry, one more. This idea of ill contrivance. It doesn't seem to have been contrived with any sense. It's not made with any sense, according to the atheist. So, with all of that in mind, and thinking about those motivations, thinking about how each character is viewing the other, which phrase from the poem best describes the speaker's opinion of the atheist? Give me just a moment. Which phrase? Oops. Oh, no. Put that away. Pardon me. I apologize. I just blocked off our poll question here. My mistake. Accidentally double-clicked. But let's take a look anyway. Which phrase best describes the speaker's opinion of the atheist? Is it this word dull, this phrase dull presuming? Dull in this context meaning kind of dim or unintelligent, and presuming meaning coming into a space with a certain belief system. So disproportioned that things don't seem to equate with other things. Who with sense, we just pointed to that line, who would look about this, what sensible person would look on this? My better judgment, realize that's likely not the case, because that's the atheist speaking about themselves. And then we could be looking at E, small and feeble. Which do you think makes the most sense? Take a moment to think on it. And if I'm looking at this, I'm likely seeing that so much more of the language is coming from, so much more of those middle B, C, and D seem to be coming from the atheist. The atheist is the one who's bringing that language up. So we can likely eliminate those in the first place. We have this this phrase, dull presuming, and small and feeble. Both seem derogatory, right? Both seem like whoever is speaking is bringing those into a place that is negative. And so, and critical. Now, an important thing to remember here is that the question is asking which of these lines best presents the speaker's viewpoint. If we go back into line 3 here, a dull presuming atheist said. If that's true, that a dull presuming atheist said, it's the speaker saying that the atheist is dull presuming. So that one is pretty easy. We take a look at line 20. Small and feeble, again, while it seems derogatory, seems that it's talking better about the, or more accurately about the acorn. Okay, so recognizing that in context, we have these lines in front of us and we can say, that seems like it's critical, that seems like it's the right answer. We can almost plug it back into the poem the way that, you could plug an answer back in for X and say, well, does it fit? It's kind of what's happening here, is that it does in fact fit. Let's take a look at one more, and hopefully I won't lose this one. The atheist's speech in lines 13 to 15 suggests that the atheist wants what? So take a moment to look at that while I pull up our I pull up the actual options here. So we've got these answers available to us, and we can take a look. This time, A is the one that's ignored. Is it that the atheist wants to stop the speaker from mocking him for failing to grasp the purposes of the plant's positions? I will say that it doesn't necessarily feel like that the speaker is mocking the atheist. It feels more that the speaker is instead talking to us, addressing us as an audience. Okay, so is the atheist encouraging the speaker to acknowledge his viewpoint about atheism, to demonstrate a universal law by testing the plant's difference in weight, to prove both how intelligent he is and to show off his ideas, redesigning the physical world, pumpkin in a tree, acorn on the ground, or to demonstrate both how wrong the speaker is and how he would interpret events differently. Now, one of the tricks in this one is to recognize, as we're taking a look here, there are a few points here that are not particularly, that all of these seem fairly right. All of these seem like they could be, with the exception maybe of C, which feels a little bit more, we could probably eliminate it first. He is demonstrating sort of, I think maybe universal law versus kind of, grand godlike design in terms of the tenor of this poem. Feels like it probably might make sense, but I think it's the one that we might eliminate first here. As we look through B, D, and E, we might say, does it encourage the speaker to acknowledge the viewpoint about atheism? Not necessarily. It seems like it's more critical of how the world was designed, but which almost seems to take into account that the world was designed by some sort of deity, or designed at all, and so which sort of undercuts his point in the first place. Instead, this feels pretty arrogant. So to prove both how intelligent he is, or in E, to demonstrate how wrong the speaker is, both of those seem like they could be possible. How he would view or interpret events differently in E feels like it comes up a little bit later on in the poem, and not in those lines in particular. And in fact, the answer here is D. Though we do have a dead heat. I don't necessarily love this question as well, because I also sort of have the inclination towards E, but I recognize why D is the correct answer, because it does feel like the actual suggestion of how the world should be comes a little bit later on. Okay. Now let's take a moment here to recognize, I want to make sure that we have enough time for a deep dive into multiple choice. I'm front loading that at the beginning of our evening together, because I want to make sure that we do have the time to really address it. I don't want to get caught unaware there. I know that that's something that you all have been shouting out in our various community forums, that you definitely want to be confident in this multiple choice. But we are at the top of our first hour, so big celebration to all of you for that first hour. Thank you for the engagement that you've brought to our various questions and the work that you've brought so far. It is excellent to see you all in here. I'm going to take a moment with one more poem. I do try to break up our hours and try to over plan. So, I always try to get through about 4 pieces. Try to get through 3 pieces, but I plan for 4 just in case we run out of time. So let's take one moment, and actually let's say one more thing about these questions so far. You'll notice that all of these questions are not asking you to, define what an atheist is, or to say, what kind of meter is line 5? It's not asking for questions like that. It's not asking for you to, I'm going to say this the wrong way, but it's not asking you to find the right answer. It's not asking for you to remember definitions. It's not asking for you to work through and just have this kind of baseline knowledge. It's asking for you to read a poem and to talk about what's going on in the poem. It's going to, in the next hour, we'll take a look. It's going to ask for you to read an excerpt and talk about what's going on in the excerpt. Okay? You are absolutely going to have the right answers in front of you. And with the excerpts in front of you, it may as well be open book. You are going to be able to approach this with some confidence because you're looking at this work and you're able to come at it and just know that if you slow down and look at that work and take the time that you have, that you'll be able to find the right answer. And you know what? If you don't find the right answer, that's okay. Likely you have only come to the wrong answer because as you're working through this, you are trying to do some interpretation. And so much of your interpretation is right. It's just about pushing kind of through that last 25% to just say, okay, is there a difference between one of these answers and another answer? Okay, are there two answers that look right based on all the thoughts that you can bring to this work? And is there one that looks a little bit more right than another? Okay. So focus on that interpretation more than you're focusing on just, test taking strategies for multiple choice. And that sort of more basic thing. We're focused more on the poem stuff here. So let's take a look at one more. Two Trees by Don Patterson. One morning, Don Miguel got out of bed with one idea rooted in his head: to graft his orange to his lemon tree. It took him the whole day to work them free, lay open their sides and lash them tight. For 12 months, from the shame or from the fright, they put forth nothing. But one day there appeared two lights in the dark leaves. Over the years, the limbs would get themselves so tangled up, each bough looked as though it gave a double crop. And not one kid in the village didn't know the magic tree in Miguel's patio. The man who bought the house had had no dream, so who can say what dark malicious whim led him to take the axe and split the bowl along its fused seam, then dig two holes. And no, they did not die from solitude, nor did their branches bear sterile fruit, nor did their unhealed flanks weep every spring for those 4 yards that lost them everything, as each strained on its shackled root to face the other's empty, intricate embrace. They were trees, and trees don't weep or ache or shout, and trees are all this poem is about. Take another glance at it. Take another look, and I appreciate those of you who are jumping into our Google Doc. Recognize the rhyme scheme. Recognize that this is a much more accessible poem. Like, we spent some time just a moment ago here. We took some time looking at the poems that had more obvious meter, but there is some rhyme scheme here. There is metrical pattern here, but so much more of this shift right in the beginning. Now I've obviously split the irony of the split in my two stanzas is not meant to be representative of anything. I just wanted to fit the poem on the page for you. But we have this one side where there is a focus on Don Miguel and how he was imaginative and brought these two trees together. And then there's the second column where another person buys the house, and in the yard splits up the trees. And while it seems like there is some meaning there, our speaker, and don't confuse the speaker with the poet. We want to focus on those two individuals as two different individuals. but take a moment and say, okay, we have this other person, this other character who has entered, but really it's the speaker says this poem is just about those trees and they both survived. So let's take a moment. According to the speaker, the actions of, quote, the man who bought the house in line 13 are driven by what? And let's take a moment. Is it resentment for Don Miguel? Pardon? Is it resentment for Don Miguel? Is it concern for the well-being of the trees? Were there unknown motives? Is it sheer ignorance or ruthless greed? There doesn't seem to be anything greedy in it, let alone ruthless, okay? It seems even in those lines, ruthless doesn't even cover it because he doesn't seem to know what's going on with the trees in the first place. Is he concerned for the well-being of the trees? Likely not. Both spliced and separated, the trees are fine. He doesn't know. The fact that we have this man who bought the house doesn't seem to know Don Miguel, right? We don't even have a name for this person. There's no familiarity. Sheer ignorance. Now, he is ignorant. So this is another place where we can pause and look back at the entirety of the poem and say, well, what's going on? He is ignorant, just there was no one at the end of the first stanza, there was no one who didn't know the magic of these trees. Except this one. This person didn't. But we don't know. He didn't seem to have any malice. We don't know what his motives were. And so that is, in fact, that answer is C. So really excellent work there. And then let's take one more look before I do want to stay true to those of us who, if you're looking for that multiple choice help, we're definitely going to get it. And so we're going to keep going there. According to the speaker, excuse me. Excuse me, I opened up our wrong one here, but let's take a look here. The figure of the man who bought the house serves to highlight which of the following traits in Don Miguel. So we want to pay attention. This is a moment where we can sort of talk about foils. We can recognize a foil being a character that emphasizes some characteristics in an opposite character or in a comparable character, someone who is standing opposite them rather than someone who is actively their opposite. So taking a look and saying the figure of a man who bought the house serves to highlight which of the following. Let's talk about the man, but let's also think about what that says about Don Miguel. Is Don Miguel practical in nature as a result? There doesn't seem to be any particular reason. He separates the trees, and the trees still live. It doesn't particularly matter that there's practicality or anything else. His physical vitality, in fact, it seems like the other man might be a little bit more physically strong just by virtue of the fact that he split two trees that had grown around one another. Is it Don Miguel who has unconventional ideas and the speaker has conventional ideas? Is it his scientific precision or his frugal habits? We know it's not E. And here, you may have figured out that obviously if C was right the first time, then C is also right the second time here. The man does something conventional, does something expected. Don Miguel had done something unexpected, had done something unconventional. And so thus is the tragedy of Don Miguel's trees, though the speaker doesn't seem to agree that there's anything too tragic there. I'll pause here. I said that this I said that this hour was going to be about multiple choice, and we have finished on the multiple choice poetry piece. So we are going to move on, but I do want to point out, at least just quickly looking, this is I wanted to do a little bit of a practice as we finished up some work with poetry in this hour to take a look at an FRQ. And sure enough, the one that we are taking a look at, we can see, look, here it is, the number 5, the number 10, 1, 2, 3, 4 lines. Just from looking at this poem, without even reading it, we take a look and see a sonnet. Let's take a moment and just recap a little bit of some of the work that we talked through Now, paying attention to some of the language that we can bring into this, okay? Lineation and connotation are helpful to us, okay? Lineation, what does the line center? What is emphasized by a particular line, okay? Reminding ourselves to ask, okay, if we see that a line is offset or we see that a line is differently paced, so what? If you're taking a look at a lot of information, if you're taking a look at two answers that seem really, really similar, you're likely going to be able to eliminate a good chunk of these answers. We were, in these practice questions, already able to eliminate 2 or 3 of the responses almost immediately. And to see your answers pouring in showed that you recognize that too, so good job. If we take a look at the remaining answers, is the information supporting what it is that you know about that poem in its entirety? Connotation, what words are causing you to think about particular, particular character traits or particular tones in that last poem? We're able to recognize those shifts based on some of the shifting tones of malice and whim, and we recognize that it does seem a little bit more negative, even though the poem culminates in the epiphany that it's just trees. And we have these these lines being referenced for us. There's some citation. We know how to go back into them, but that doesn't necessarily have to be the most important thing. We want to recognize that there is context, and so being aware that the evidence also comes with some context is important. As we push forward here, I really appreciate so many of you jumping in with us. I know that we're working through Prose, but I want to pay attention to multiple choice strategies in particular here. I know a lot of people pointed to being excited for FRQ3 prep in an hour, and a lot of people pointed to their interest with poetry. So I'm happy that we got to cover that a little bit, and we'll be able to go back to that in the 5th hour. One of the things that I want to focus on here, since not as many people pointed to Prose, I do want to make sure that we're still paying attention to some of the multiple choice strategies that we can bring to this work. But I also want to shout out one of my favorite Twitter feeds, and shout you out as well. Hannah Hausman is a sports psychologist. She works for the Philadelphia Phillies. And I actually follow her, amongst my many side hustles. I work umpiring baseball games, and I can certainly get nervous, especially if I'm working a play. I absolutely get nervous, because you want to go out and do a good job, and you want to make sure, that you're doing everything that you can. I get nervous even just before my own classes sometimes, just making sure that I'm bringing the most to my students. I would certainly get nervous thinking about, talking here for 5 hours with all of you. I care about you all doing well tomorrow, and I know you will, but I want to make sure that I do well tonight so that you can have a few things that will help you to do well tomorrow. Hannah Hausman says, when you get nervous when you're doing something awesome. You don't get nervous on the couch. You don't get nervous watching television. Not to belittle television at all. In fact, I've said all through the spring that as you start to, binge watch your favorite television programs, write down what are going on with the characters is actually a great way to study kind of informally for this type of work and to recognize what's going on with your characters. But I love this quote. You get nervous when you're about to do something awesome. Being nervous means that you've put yourself in a position to do something cool. Getting ready to take this exam, getting ready to potentially earn some college credit means that you're about to do something cool. It means that you're about to, really bet on yourself. And I think that that's one of my favorite things about the AP exam is that worst case scenario, you only took a gamble on yourself. And there's nothing wrong with taking a gamble on yourself. As we get into our work through this next hour here, we're going to be looking again at multiple choice, but we're going to be focusing on Again, character motivation. That's a place, I know we mentioned it a little bit in those poems just a moment ago. We want to keep in mind, what are the things we see? What are the things we think about it? Okay. And what we think about it in this moment is going to be a statement of how our characters come to life for us. How is the operative word here. How does the author bring a character to life? How does an author bring a situation or a feeling to life? And what can we then say about that in terms of the rest of the excerpt? I've said this throughout the spring. I want to pay attention to these 4 pieces whenever you're doing any reading. When you're prepping for trying to think about what books you might bring on to FRQ3, think about making lists about what are the various important plot points in that book, who are the important characters and how do they interact, what's the setting, how are the characters interacting with the setting, are they moving between different settings, and the list of any symbols that might be meaningful. You want to ask yourself those same questions when you're looking at an excerpt, because you want to make sure that you're recognizing elements of theme. What do you keep seeing that seems to be repetitive or important? Okay. A couple of ways you can think about, and again, this is going to come, this language, I'm putting it in this place because I want to give you some vocabulary again to bring to the exam with you, okay, to make sure that you know these concepts, because they're going to help you to remember some of the other concepts. Maybe there's particular punctuation that a teacher mentioned to you. Maybe there's particular vocabulary that a teacher mentioned to you. If you're able to think through these, these categories, you're going to be able to pull that out and bring those other tools that you have that you've been working on all year. You're going to be able to bolster these tools with those tools. And so I want to give us the stuff that really is the most important baseline for you to move through tonight. So let's take a look at remembering solid, meaning syntax, organization, level of language, imagery, diction, and details. I would encourage you to just write this in the, in your workbook, in the inside cover, the one that's going to eventually get destroyed anyway. Write it there so you have it to think about. Syntax is trying to recognize, and we did it a little bit ago. Syntax is trying to recognize the order of words, including punctuation. How are sentences interestingly developed? What's happening from beginning to end? Okay, maybe there's an epiphany, maybe some of the characters are changing, maybe there are some shifts, but what in general is the organization of the piece? Level of language is important, especially for context. Okay, you wouldn't necessarily, if you're making your valedictory speech, you're probably not speaking in the same way that you would in a text or a DM or something. Imagery. I think the word that I want to pay attention to when it comes to imagery is this word gradients. It shows differences. I was talking about, and we'll talk about a piece later, but I was talking with one of my students today about, she said that a character in a poem sounded motherly. And I said, that's interesting, but is that is the character motherly because she's protective, or is she motherly because she's nurturing? Those are 2 different gradients. Those are 2 different degrees. Diction we've already covered tonight, strong words and word choice. What word could have been used instead? And then what are the other details? Remember that you want to acknowledge all of these pieces, but what do you want to ask yourselves? You want to ask yourself, so what? You notice it, that's awesome, but so what? Why did the author do it? Why are you forced to notice that? You can also be thinking about soapstone. Now, you may know this from some nonfiction reading. You may know this from your history class. It serves its purpose here as well as we're working through various excerpts too. To look through what's going on, what's the subject of the piece, what's the occasion, what's the moment, what's the situation that's going on within the piece, and it may even give you a date. Is the date of publication helpful to you? Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. I don't want to draw a hard and fast line there. It gives you context, and context is helpful. Audience, who is an intended audience in this moment, who, the same way that we just looked at a poem where there was an atheist and someone who was not an atheist. That one is probably, and the atheist nearly gets hit in the head with a pumpkin. Okay. That's not really in support of atheists, that poem isn't. And so, who is the intended audience can help you to recognize, again, don't overthink it. What are the motivations? Recognizing audience can recognize motivation. Same thing goes for purpose. Speaker, who's dominating the conversation, or who's just speaking at any given moment. And again, what are they bringing to that scene, and what words are helping you to recognize tone? Here's some other language that we can be paying attention to that can help you to think through any of your prose readings. What's the point of view? Okay. Who's speaking, who isn't, and is that changing at all? Taking a look at shifts. Is there an epiphany? Is there a sudden realization? You're more likely to see an epiphany in a poem as a character shifts over the course, as the speaker rather shifts over the course of that poem from beginning to end. But you may also see it as things start to unveil, what word am I thinking of? As they're starting to develop over the course of the text, maybe things start to reveal themselves and there's a sudden epiphany. Characterization. We talked about foils just a moment ago with those two contrasting characters. Contrast is important because it doesn't mean that they're either contradicting each other, or it doesn't mean that they are in conflict with each other. It just means that there are things that are happening that are maybe not the same. And we want to recognize that because it helps us to recognize what's emphasized in absence, in the other, or in the opposite, or in the same, but maybe a main character versus an ancillary character. Okay, so recognizing any of that. Can you recognize any hubris or Marcia where you're able to recognize pride and the character who is pride and then maybe falls? Is a character saying something to avoid saying something else? Elocution. When we come to some of that language, is the language informal and familiar? Slang doesn't necessarily have to be low language. It's just a lower level of language because it's more familiar. It's not highbrow. It's something you would maybe text to somebody rather than something that you might bring into a formal speech or lecture. Attitude is really the whole vibe of the entire excerpt. What is the attitude from start to finish? Tone is the tone of a moment, more often than not. What's the tone, and what are the words that are contributing to that tone in that moment? What is the syntax? What interesting pieces of syntax are you noticing? How are they bucking typical conventions, and are they related to any particular genre? So maybe there are conventions that are more appropriate in science fiction, that you see all the time in science fiction, versus something that might be a little bit more present in a Gothic style. I always try to point out to my students as well, while I emphasize motivation, sometimes we can find in that motivation, we can typically find irony as well. Particularly dramatic irony. If we're talking about a piece of typically a play, there's something that the audience knows that makes things funny or suspenseful, or it's a nod off to the side that we're all aware of, but the actual characters on stage are not aware of. And so we know, when we yell, "Don't go in there, there's someone in the closet," we know that there's something else that we know, but that the actual performers don't. Okay. as we take a look at verbal irony, maybe there's something said that is actually or ironic. It is actually and actively the opposite of what is meant. And then cosmic irony is when a higher power comes into play. Deus ex machina means kind of help from above. It's when, you know, everything seems like, you know, it seems like they're, you know, that the business is going to go under, but then suddenly they win. You know, someone wins a talent competition for the exact dollar amount that we need, you know, to keep the business open. Okay, that would be Deus ex machina. It's cosmic irony, help from above. When we're reading through these excerpts, and when we're reading through excerpts really for the next couple of hours here, in order to help you, something that I've said all through the spring is to help you think about being efficient in how you read and how you approach the exam. Efficiency does not mean speed. It means speed with accuracy. Okay, you want to be as deliberate about your work as possible, but you also want to recognize that that you need to move through some of these things pretty quickly. And while you have, again, as I said before, you have time, and while these are not particularly long excerpts in most instances, you want to make sure that you're able to get out of them and get back into them with some efficiency. So it might be easy to get back into a poem pretty quickly, but here's some tips about how to read those longer prose excerpts a little bit more quickly. You want to skim. So these are what were introduced to me as the five S's of skimming. That's hard to remember. So I created just a dumb little acronym, HIPPY or HIPI, to remember the second letter of all of those words. You want to look, and I would actually start at the end with sentences. Look at the first sentence and look at the last sentence of either the whole excerpt, maybe the first and last sentence of a paragraph. Go through that and then start to recognize, okay, what's happening at the beginning, what's happening at the end, and then go back and say, okay, how are we getting there? What shifts do you notice? Point of view, voice, mood, whatever. What interesting bits of syntax, as we just said, do you notice? But what interesting bits of syntax do you notice? And then remember asking yourself, so what? Does it relate or does it inform what's happening in that first and last sentence? Does it help you to understand the whole text or the whole excerpt in its own right? Who's speaking? And again, are there any shifts in that speaking? Can you bring any statement to that character? An hour and a half ago, I told you that the two most important things were fit and motivation. And here we are, we're continuing to talk about how a character is shifting, how a speaker is shifting, and what a speaker is bringing into those shifts. Because we want to keep asking ourselves about motivation. And then again, the situation, what's going on in that plot, what's going on in that moment, and does that, is there any motivation that can be brought into that moment that maybe informs that moment as well? I'm going to take a moment here to skim through, and you can work through. I'm going to throw a timer on here just because we might take a minute just to look at this. When I was reading a little bit earlier, just as some practice, I would argue that it took maybe about 2 minutes to 2.5 minutes. I was trying to see, what might it be. So 2.5 minutes as you're working through this. I've obviously worked through this a couple of times, but take a moment. Use the QR code, use the tiny URL as you've done all night. I really appreciate that. But I'm going to throw just a quick timer on here. What do you notice about, what are you noticing as you're reading through this? So we have this question or this prompt. This is an excerpt from a short story published in 1900. Theodora Dace has just mailed the manuscript for her first novel to a publisher. So let's take a moment reading through this second, April Showers by Edith Wharton. If you are still taking a look here, that's awesome. No rush at all. No worries. We'll take a minute to keep looking through it. But I want to talk through some pieces while you finish. And I apologize if there's any sort of interruption with that. If you're done, that's awesome. Again, skimming through quickly, there is there are a handful of moments that happen throughout Miss Theodorides sending in a manuscript. Okay, there are some chores to be done and some household duties to be taken care of. There is a house guest who comes to visit. And we hear, and in her own journal, Theodorides writes that Miss Sophie Brill is a bitter pill. And then finally, we get the successful letter. Maybe many of you can relate, having just heard back from some schools and have just maybe in the last week committed to some schools. Congratulations to you all. But as that's going on, we see she finally gets this this work back, and it gets accepted. And so now she sort of goes, and then there's another shift here where she runs in behind a schoolhouse and seems to kind of take note of of plant life and vegetation that's bursting forth here. So let's take a look at some of these questions that we can take a look at in thinking through the characters' motivations and how they're interacting with the scene around them. Remember that setting can be the room and the housework. It can be the family. There's a lot of things that can come into setting, including the other people who are involved there. So let's think here. Which of the following aspects of Theodora's behavior before and after the manuscript is mailed best illustrates her overall emotional state? So there's a lot that's happening there. We have a character and their interaction with a setting. We have a character and their interaction with their own sort of emotions and how those inward emotions are becoming outward emotions. All of that is to say, what's the character's motivation and how is it playing a role in this larger plot point? So let's take a look here. Which of the following is it? Is it A, that she has no time to help? That she has no time to help Bertha with the schoolwork before she mails the manuscript, but enjoys helping afterwards? Is it that she pays no attention to Miss Brill before she mails the manuscript, but is troubled by her afterwards? Is it that she's anxious about whether or not her work will be accepted before and after she mails the manuscript? Is that she neglects her household duties both before and after she mails the manuscript, or is that she dutifully attends to the children? Now, obviously, we've eliminated E here. She dutifully attends to the children's needs both before and after. I think we, at the very least, recognize that she is not being as dutiful as maybe she would normally be. But again, this is about what are the characters' motivations, what's the characters' interaction with other characters around them, and what is the character, how is the character shifting, how is the character changing over the course of this full excerpt. And so that's what we want to be asking ourselves. And I would encourage you, again, for those of you who might feel a little anxious or nervous about multiple choice questions, remember, there's nothing truly this question doesn't bring anything to us that could be memorized or practiced, though we can always practice recognizing how a character changes. It's just about building up the skill of remembering to ask yourself how a character is changing, recognizing how a character is changing. So that part is something you can practice. It's not something you can memorize. And as we take a look here, just quickly to publish those answers. In fact, it is D, that she neglects her household duties both before and after. I think just to take a moment to look at C, which a number of you also answered. It was about a 50-50 split there. Those of you who answered C, she's anxious about whether her work will be accepted both before and after she mails the manuscript. Perhaps that is true. I think we'd want to just think about the fact she's certainly anxious after the fact as well. But I think because she then receives that good news, she's still neglecting household duties after she even receives that news. And I think that's maybe part that plays into this as well. And so also how that anxiety maybe manifests itself is worth asking yourself about as well. Let's take a look at another one. Now, this one's a little bit longer. We can take a moment with it, but I'll pull this up as well. Excuse me. All right. So which lines from the passage most likely present the reason that Theodore's attitudes change? Is it we've eliminated A in this instance, just to sort of eliminate the long one here, but to take a look, she made it her duty to look after people's affairs, and there was not a house in town but had the benefit of her personal supervision. She generally came when things were going wrong, and the sight of her bonnet in the doorstep was a surer sign of calamity than a craven cowbell. Miss Sophie Brill a bitter pill, while Theodora is locking herself in her room, resolved with tears that she would never write another novel. So which, as we continue through, which line most likely the reason for the attitude change? She was up early enough that she was, but instead of looking after the children and seeing the breakfast was ready, she wandered down the road to meet the postman and came back empty-handed, oblivious of the morning duties. She had no idea how long the suspense would last, but she didn't see how the authors could live if they were kept waiting more than a week, or that suddenly one afternoon, she never quite knew when or how it happened, she found herself with a home circle envelope in her hands. And sure enough, there it seems like many of you are picking up that the sudden shift is just the good news that comes, which is that home circle envelope, that publication envelope, the same way that we might have gotten a college acceptance notification. So good work there. Let's take a moment to look at another excerpt here. This is A Raisin in the Sun, and you can see, Denzel, looking happy in the middle there. So we can take a look here. This excerpt is from a play that debuted on Broadway in 1959. Shortly after learning that her older brother Walter has lost a large sum of money that was supposed to help pay for her medical school, Beneatha is visited by Asagai, a Nigerian exchange student whom she has been dating. So let's take a moment, open up to that excerpt from Raisin in the Sun, and try to move through this. I appreciate your quickness into this excerpt, recognizing that the style of writing for a theatrical piece is going to be a little bit different. Those numbers can be helpful in terms of just going back to lines later on. But take a moment there. Let's take a moment. If you're still reading, please continue. I want to take a moment to stop and think through this excerpt in a particular way, just because, again, we've said so much tonight already about really trying to understand the passage in its entirety, but the thing that I want to make sure we're aware of is that as we work through these excerpts, that we're starting to acknowledge not just their what's happening from beginning to end and how those things are changing, but in this space, the only text that we have is text that is dialogue. We'll talk a little bit later on this evening about how to think about character, but briefly, I want to, whatever the character is saying, obviously that's the best way to get into this is the second best way to get into their heads. The first is if they are actually giving us if it's a first person point of view and we know for sure what they are thinking. So what they are saying, what they're showing to us is really important. And so taking a moment to talk about both Beneatha and Asagai and look through who they are as characters. Now, this excerpt tells us a lot about Beneatha in her passion and her aspirations and her want to be a doctor and where that comes from. All of that is to say what her motivation is. Her motivation is to be a doctor, and she's felt herself a fool because she left, because she feels more of an idealist and that in her mind is like being a child, and she's let someone else keep control of her life in their hands by virtue of her brother spending money. Now that's a theme through the entirety of the text, is people fighting over money that maybe isn't that maybe is just given in the first place, isn't necessarily earned. But I will say this: while we may recognize that, and if you've seen this play before or read it, you may know that, but it's not necessarily important that we know other things. One thing that I'm going to take an opportunity to say here: at any point in this test tomorrow, if you see a text that is just your favorite book, it's your favorite play, it's your favorite whatever poem, that's an advantage, because it means that you have a lot of knowledge and it's really accessible to you, and that's awesome. But it can also be a disadvantage, because now you're bringing maybe too much information to it, or it's causing you not to focus in on what's going on with the excerpt itself. Remember, the information is right in front of you. Your responsibility is to just focus on the information in front of you. So the same way that we just looked last hour at the different questions that we have, and the way that they point to excerpts, but the way that they point to quotes from a poem, but they play in the whole context of the poem, that's true here too. We want to look at these individual characters, we want to look at these individual lines, but we also want to make sure that we're seeing them in the entirety of the scene, but limiting ourselves to just the scene that we have in front of us. Let's take a moment here also to mention Asagai, who's trying to console Beneatha and talk her down, and just be a shoulder and be a support, but also recognize that while she's being kind of fatalistic about this event, he's trying to reassure her of all the things that she's proven to be really successful with. So let's take a moment. Looking again at this line 22, Asagai remarks, "That will be a problem for another time." It conveys which of the following perspectives? Now give me just a moment to pull that up. So, conveys which of the following perspectives? Is it that global emergencies have no easy solution? Now, while that may be the case, one of the things we want to remember to do here is to go back and just take a look at this quote in context. Maybe we don't have the time to look at the entire piece again, but let's look a couple of lines before and a couple of lines after. Beneatha says, "Yes, why do you think that the one word is penicillin of the human spirit, independence? But then what?" So now we see penicillin and penicillin of the human spirit. That seems like something really global. We see the word independence, and that feels a little global. She says, "But then what?" She says, "Well, that will be a problem for another time. First, we must get there." So we're looking at these things one thing at a time, one piece at a time. So larger issues may be tackled in small stages. And it seems like many of you are starting to point to that. So let's take a moment to recognize that. Some people said, see, postponing an issue often results in its resolution. There is the moment that does seem like a problem for another time. The only thing, there is that postponement. And so that word postponing does stand out to us. I definitely understand that, and I definitely see that. But we want to recognize the word resolution. Is it going to solve the problem? No, it's just going to push it down the road a little bit, and that's fine, but it is just going to push it down the road a little bit, which doesn't resolve it. Whereas if we go one piece at a time, because remember, and I want to make this acknowledgement too, because I'm wondering if this is maybe a source of some confusion. Asagai's remark to Beneatha, "That will be a problem for another time," line 22 conveys which of the following perspectives. We want to make sure that we don't just rely on, and now this is going to become, I know I said it last hour, but this is going to become just as important with prose. Don't just look at the line in the question. Go back to the text and find the line in the text, because that's going to help. That's going to help you to recognize its context and its impact on the whole piece, in its entirety. So if we go back in there, we recognize that there is, in line 22, there's a piece that is lopped off. That will be a problem for another time, period. First, we must get there. And when we look at it there, we recognize large issues may be tackled in small stages is a more meaningful interpretation of that line in its entirety. So if we were to, for those of you who said C, I'm wondering if you did just look at the line in the question and not in the text. I think that's probably the most important tip that I can give you for multiple choice work, is that when you're evaluating the line in relationship to the responses and the possible answers, making sure that you're doing that evaluation while looking at the whole context. Okay, I hope that's something that's helpful. Now let's take a look. Again, we're going to see this word foil, a character who presents a contrast or emphasizes some other characteristic in another. So Asagai acts as a foil to the character of Beneatha in this passage, chiefly because he does what? Okay, let's take a look. Here I've lopped off option A because he was born in Africa. She does reference that, but certainly, and especially in this time period, he's coming in the context of the entire in terms of the entire play. He's grown up in his own hardships as well. Now, those hardships could serve as a parallel to Beneatha's challenges, but that's not necessarily what it is. It reveals his childlike naivete. Now, we definitely did talk about being childlike, being maybe ignorant or idealistic the way a child is, and that would certainly be true of naivete. He's regretting his past actions. He practices medicine where she at the moment is not. A little bit of a kind of an arrogant answer in itself. Or he just maintains optimism. And ultimately, I think that's it, is that he just maintains optimism. And so while she is down on, and this is a particularly poor situation, I can't imagine, being all set to go to medical school and fulfill my dream, and then suddenly the money that I was going to pay my way for is gone. So certainly she's right to feel kind of upset in that moment, but not necessarily to the point that there's no cause for optimism. Let's see where we're at here. Let's take one more, and we are I don't mean to be cruising, but we are right there at the top of our second hour. So let's finish strong at the end of this second hour with a couple more multiple choice questions before we jump into our work with an FRQ. So Sorry, just how are we looking at audio now? Is that better? Okay, beautiful. Thank you. Sorry about that all. Good to be heard. So as we take a look here, let's think about some of the, let's take a look and think through some of the characters that we have here, what's going on with the setting overall, and what's happening with, you know, with again, the motivations. And I love thinking about motivations in regard to this piece, because the motivations are just kind of so silly by the end of it. We have this beautiful birthday party, white asparagus and hollandaise sauce, a fish course, delightful. And people are all sorts of kind of taken care of, and everything's really, you know, just very grandiose. And so that's delightful. And even the president comes into the party. And as we take a look here, by the end, after a great deal of negotiating, the president relented and said he would attend. And then just before that, for an obvious and unstated reason, he firmly, irrevocably changed his mind. So now we have this interplay between two characters. Each with their own wants from the moment and from the scene. And by the end, how that person has changed their mind, or how that person has changed, you know, what they're going to bring into the scene, becomes one of the crux of the whole scene. So let's take a moment here and look at these questions. The last three sentences of the passage, exactly what we just took a look at. The discussion of the problem of Mr. Hosokawa's ill-timed birthday party lasted for days. After a great deal of negotiating, the president relented and said he would attend, and then for obvious unstated reasons, did not. So let's take a moment and work through this. We have, and I'll throw this question up briefly here. So we have this question. I'm going to leave E off, that he's more interested in political matters than in social events. So we have obviously president, vice president. I've taken that answer off here. A is that he worries habitually about his own security. Now, there is some reason to believe that in there, because they do talk a little bit about some of the security. B, he attaches some unusual importance to certain aspects of his routine. C, he tends to dominate conversations. D, he avoids drawing attention to his Japanese heritage. Now, one of the important things about this question, is that when we go back into, if we were to, you know, kind of do the old test taking trick of reading the question and then trying to skim through the excerpt to try to answer it, if we were to do that, we might have some success in some places. But if we go back to this line and just read, the discussion of the problem of Mr. Hosokawa's ill-timed birthday party lasted for days, for an obvious and unstated reason, he firmly and irrevocably changed his mind. We would have to go back. We can't just rely, just like with the last line about Asagai, we can't just rely on what's going on in the we can't just rely on what's going on with the line that is pointed to. We have to understand it in its context. So if we scan up earlier in the paragraph, we recognize, sadly, it was nothing so random. The third line of that last paragraph. The party was scheduled to begin at 8 o'clock and should have lasted past midnight. The president's soap opera began at 9. among the president's cabinet members and advisors, it was an open secret that matters of the state could not be held Monday through Friday for 1 hour beginning and 2 hours after in the afternoon. So he just wants to get home to watch a television program. He's got to watch his stories. So we take a look here, and surely enough, you did recognize that it was that unusual importance to that routine. Good work. As we take a look at this next one here, the phrase is, though no one would remember that in the first sentence of the first paragraph, and after the evening turned bad in the first sentence of the third paragraph, indicate that the passage is what? So let's take a look here. Does it indicate that the passage is mocking the pretensions for the invited guests? It's hinting at Mr. Hosokawa's disappointment, foreshadowing some disastrous event, or lamenting the fleeting nature of success. So taking a look here, let's go back up to A. No one would remember that doesn't necessarily rationalize the president's failure to attend, right? Especially, again, if we go back into the context where it's talking about the grandeur of the party, right? No one would remember the grandeur of the party. Well, no big deal. And after the evening turned bad. So something negative does happen, but what is it? And sure enough, there you are. So many of you with that work about D, that he is foreshadowing some disastrous event. So again, one of the things that we want to make sure we take away from this work that we've done in the last 3 or 4 questions here is to remember that just looking at the excerpt in the question may not be enough. Making sure that we go back into the text and making sure that in that time that we're spending the time that we're spending evaluating, we approach the question in the first place by reading the full excerpt. We approach the question in the second place by going back into the excerpt and finding where that line is. Now, that might take some toil for you. Okay, and I know that might sound a little sarcastic, but it may involve you flipping the page kind of back and forth. And that can be something that is just another thing that you have to do on a day where you're doing a lot of things. Take the time to do it, okay? Because as we noticed in the first hour, we saw all the ways that it was important to understand the context. Now we're seeing that, and important to understand the context so that we can differentiate between 2 very similar possible answers. Now we're starting to recognize a place where we're seeing answers, we're seeing excerpts that are a little bit more cut off. Now that's a difference between the prose and the poetry section. Obviously the poetry section, we're going to get a little bit more, we're talking about different lineation and different, different ways that different lines are broken up anyway. So it's easy to go back into that one line. When we're here and we're looking at a larger scope of the work, we want to make sure that we're taking in that full scope. I'm going to jump past this one because we will come back to this excerpt a little bit later on this evening. We're going to look at this in terms of some of the student responses to this as one of the past questions. That brings us to the top of our second hour, the beginning of our third hour. So let's take a moment and just remember, as I said, read first. You want to think about theme. What are the characters? What are the situations? What are they bringing to it? The answer is in front of you. You definitely know it. You want to make sure that you are able to recognize what you understand, but what you understand is coming from those excerpts in their entirety. So make sure to take a look at that. And then focus on what you feel. A few answers, we've been able to, over the course of the evening, point out to all the answers that can feel wrong, okay? So with those answers that feel, with those answers that feel wrong, you're able to eliminate those. The challenge is recognizing the ones that both seem right, making sure we can differentiate between the two. We are at the top of our FRQ3 time. So let's take a moment to kind of, think through that. This is going to be something as we look into FRQ3. The biggest challenge, and I know that you may feel that way too, the biggest challenge is that you don't have evidence readily available to you. As I've said all night, you've got the answer right in front of you. This is the only time where you don't, but don't worry, because that's something that you can really practice for and be aware of. And so if you joined us last week, I mentioned that it would be worthwhile to have 2 or 3 books that you really know well and have those available to you. Let's take a moment to think as we get into this. And today, on this of all days, and I don't know that I've appropriately wished a happy Star Wars Day, a happy May the 4th to all of you, but a happy May the 4th in general to all of you. And I'm thinking of, certainly there are plenty of OG Yoda quotes that are that we all know particularly well, but I loved in the most recent trilogy, there is a moment when Yoda's Force Ghost is talking to Luke, and he says to Luke the teacher, he says, "The greatest teacher failure is." Now, I want to be particularly careful. That doesn't mean that the night before your exam, I'm saying, hey, failure's good. We're okay with that. No, the thing that I want us to recognize is a few things. You have likely had some missteps this year with your writing, with the way that you've approached maybe this class, maybe another class. Think back to that. Okay? Think back to what it is that you've done on your past writing in FRQ3. What's the feedback that your instructor has given you? What are the challenges that you observed then? How can you learn from those? How can you bring those failures in a safe, pretty low risk environment like your classroom? How can you bring that into this final thing? Maybe this, if the exam is feeling daunting, it's okay. You've been there before. You've already done this work throughout the year, and we're going to think about it now. So remember, thinking back on some of those failures, and hopefully I can say something a little bit different that can maybe jog your memory. Take the moment to think through that conscious work, actively thinking through how some of the missteps you've had this year maybe fit into some of the things that we're talking about now. So let's take a look here. The first thing that I want to pay attention to is really getting into the rubric that perhaps you've seen before. I know we've had plenty of times that we've offered some coaching on this on Fiveable. Maybe you've seen it with your instructor. But let's talk about all of the things that you are going to do well, and that's the most important thing, because the language that comes from the AP and that's given to the instructors is reward what you do well. Reward students for what they do well. And so you're going to do a lot of things well. And even when we look in these next 3 hours, as we take a look at some student samples, we're going to notice, we're going to see, the high, low, and mid student samples. When we look at a student's low example, essays that maybe earned a 2 or a 3, they still earned a 2 or a 3. They still did things well. And so we can pull some of those from some of those spaces and say, yeah, sure, here's what not to do. Here's what, we want to avoid. But also, if, this person had some good ideas, if they had just crafted them a different way, it might have been a more impressive essay. And I suspect that may be true for some of you as well, that you'll have some really good ideas, but we don't necessarily know how to approach that in terms of crafting the essay. So let's think through the rubric first. The Easiest point I hope that you can all get is the thesis point. Okay, it's one of two binary spots in the rubric, making sure that you are making a claim, making sure that you have a defensible thesis. Okay, looking over to the right there. Looking over all the way to the right here where there is this one point, a response to the prompt with a thesis that presents a defensible interpretation of a selected work. That's just saying, so what? Here's what I see, but so what? Your job is to just keep being able to say, so what? And answer that for yourself. Remember that your thesis statement is just your thoughts. It's your answer. Now, again, I say your answer. There's not necessarily a question. Remember that these three prompts are just that. Even though they're free response questions, they are typically without a question mark. It says talk about how. There are a lot of ways to talk about how. Whatever thing you happen to see. And again, I spent some time today with a couple of students talking through some sample poems that we're also going to see here this evening, because they came off of some of the past exams. And so taking a look at those samples and being able to say, here, my student came up with a really good interpretation for one of the poems we were looking at, but it was completely opposite to what the high model of a student response was. It was a great response, but there were two different responses. There are many ways up the same mountain. Your job is to make sure that you're doing the work to craft well, and it starts with your thesis statement. Here's all the ways. Here's all the ways. There's only 4 ways to lose out on that point, but if you're constantly thinking about trying to make claims and you're constantly thinking about how to show what you think, and instead of trying to craft the perfect AP essay, just trying to show what you know and what you think, that's going to help you to be successful. Here, if you don't have a defensible thesis, that's not going to earn the point. If the thesis only restates the prompt, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment, if the thesis only restates the prompt, the thing you want to realize is that the answer is not in the prompt. If you just restate the prompt, you haven't actually answered it. Okay, you've only brought it in and tried to set up your paper. When you only try to set up your paper, now you're setting yourself up to not have other more layered analyses. It's trying to just say, okay, I found the answer and I'm going to tell you about it now. And that becomes really monotone. It becomes a single interpretation. And those are the things that we want to ultimately avoid. The intended thesis provides summary, but no apparent coherent claim. So again, I said right at the beginning, the most important thing is fit. If you just focus on the facts and none of the interpretations, none of the conclusions, then you haven't actually done any of the heavy lifting or any of the chewing on this work. And instead, you've only summarized. It starts to read like a book report if you just focus about facts, if you just focus at level 1. Okay? So just be aware of that. If you're ask yourself, am I just saying those facts, or am I saying so what? If you're not saying so what, then you are living sort of at this bullet point here, that you're only providing summary. Okay, there is a thesis, but it does not respond to the prompt. Okay, now that one we'll talk about a little bit more here too. Here's where stuff gets a little bit more layered. Again, when you're thinking about this is more the body, the evidence in the commentary. That's the body of your essay. The same way that you want to be thinking at level 2 and you want to be thinking about trying to answer those so what questions, in the same way, you also want to make sure that you are providing that same level of work in shaping your essay. Your introduction or any sort of context or that you need to give to your essay, that is your level 1 stuff. It is your plot. Maybe we do need to know that stuff. Level 2, though, becomes the commentary, evidence and commentary together. Notice as you look at this, notice how all of these ands just float through the rubric here. What's important about that is that, yeah, you have some evidence. That's good, but if you don't chew on it, again, you're still just saying, here's what I see. And they're asking, okay, give me commentary, give me so what? And so as you look through each of these pieces, obviously this is going to start to elevate a little bit more, okay? So you're providing evidence that is mostly general, more specific evidence, evidence that's starting to create a line of reasoning, okay? And then you're starting to establish that line of reasoning on your own. I typically say to my students that level 1 stuff should be stuff that is straight from the text. You know it because it's true. It's people's names, it's plot points. You could directly quote it. Level 2, now you're seeing a little bit of that evidence, okay, because you're bringing in quotes from the text, but you should also start to see a little bit of your voice as well. So there's a blend of what the author wrote and what you're writing. Level 3 is all you. You're making big, lofty claims about the world. You're making claims about the topic. You're making claims about the prompt. You're relating the evidence to your topic sentence. You're reestablishing that conclusion in that last sentence. And then you're tying all of it back to the thesis. Then you're looking at your conclusion paragraph, and you're tying all of those paragraphs, all of those good salient points that you've made, you're tying all of those back to your thesis as well. So if level 1 is your introduction and level 2 are your body paragraphs, level 3 is your conclusion paragraph, that same pattern follows in the paragraph as well. You introduce what it is, you make your claim, that again continues and relates back to the thesis. You make that claim, you bring in evidence that's related to that claim, you talk about how that evidence is related to your claim. If all of that is related to the topic sentence, and if your topic sentence is related back to your thesis, now all of that relates, and all of that has made a really sophisticated argument, okay? So then you have that other binary point for sophistication. Responses, you want to make sure that you're developing complex literary argument by doing any of the following. So now you've been given a lot of opportunities, a lot of different ways that you can get up that mountain, okay? Employing style that is consistently vivid and persuasive, exploring those complexities and tensions, illuminating the situation in a broader context, making claims about the world, or accounting for alternative interpretations of the text, which is the best one because it means that you don't necessarily have to, the reader doesn't necessarily have to agree with what it is that you're saying. They may disagree, but you just have to be able to prove it. And as long as you're doing that, you're doing it in a really salient way, and you're doing it in a really nuanced way, you're earning that point. We'll talk a little bit more about complexities as we look through some of these sample questions. But one of the things that I really want to make sure to emphasize with you is that it all starts with your thesis. If your body paragraphs are actively, part of a body, you might have like a really nice arm and a really nice leg, but your thesis is your spine. If your arm isn't attached to that spine, if your leg isn't attached to that spine, then you don't have that full form together, and you're not able to work as well. And so all of that other stuff may look good, but it doesn't have that thesis, it doesn't have that backbone running through it to keep it all upright. It's also important that your thesis is setting you up to earn this sophistication point. You're making a nuanced claim, you're making a complex claim, you're naming those complexities in your thesis statement, and then you're going into it, and maybe you have a really focused argument in one paragraph, and then you have a second focused argument in a second paragraph, and you have a third focused argument in a third paragraph, and maybe all of those relate back to a thesis. That's fantastic. If the thesis is complex, then all of those pieces relating together are complex and are sophisticated. But the other thing that you can do is, when we look at a question, keep in mind there are multiple pieces to every prompt. There are multiple facets of the text or of the evaluation that you're being asked to respond to. If you're responding, now you still want to make sure that your paragraphs stay focused on a single point. That's one of my biggest bugaboos with some of my students, is trying to help them to realize that we want to make sure that there is definable paragraph structure. It's focused around a single argument. But if you're making that argument in a way that it relates to two pieces of the text, but it's that same single focused argument, now you've even got complex layered paragraphs in a complex layered essay that all relate back to a complex layered thesis. Let's talk about how to do that. Okay. Again, you want to think about asking that question. Here's what, so what, now what? Think about that language in the back of your mind to remember that you're living at level 2 and pushing towards level 3. And when it comes to the essay, you want to recognize that's your introduction paragraph. It's the analysis that you're offering about a piece of evidence. Remember that it's both of those pieces together, as we just saw. And then it's the conclusions you're drawing in an individual paragraph and in the entire essay. Some ways to help you think about what you want to be talking about in FRQ3. Now let's remember, while all of what I just mentioned is really is poignant advice for all 3 essays, let's start to focus back in on FRQ3. The challenge of FRQ3 is that you don't have evidence in front of you, and you don't know what the prompt is going to be, so you can't prepare for that prompt in a really deliberate way. That said, the next couple of slides that we're going to look at here throughout this hour, the next couple of slides that we're going to look at are all focus around a given topic, be it cruelty or deception or greed or anything like that. And they're going to ask you to focus in on that. If you take a moment to think about the book that you want to talk about, and you try to summarize how that topic is present in that book, you start the beginnings of an outline for yourself. And just like with the multiple choice essays, I want you to be, or just like with the multiple choice excerpts, just like with the multiple choice questions, I want to make sure that you are taking the time, because you have the time, okay? Let things slow down for you. Let things come to you, because you're going to be able to feel them. You're going to be able to handle them. I want you to think about taking the time to create an outline for yourself, because again, that's how you're going to start in on the essay with efficiency, to echo that word again. That's how you're going to start to work through your essay with intentionality, and how you're going to start your essay in a way that is focused on your thesis. It's also going to assure you that you do have more than one piece of evidence to focus on. Assuming that if you only have one example, then you're probably shortchanging yourself a little bit in terms of hitting that sophistication point. So let's think a little bit in ways that we can think through that outline. Take, for example, I know that coming up in a minute, we're going to talk about cruelty. So that's the word that's on my mind. Take, for example, if the question is regarding cruelty. Or maybe even let's take a moment to think about, I'll use a dummy example and say traditions or masculinity, since I have that example in front of us here about things fall apart. Let's say the example is, the question is something about the dangers of tradition. If I wanted to summarize how tradition is present in the text Things Fall Apart, I could probably do it any number of different ways. And in fact, I would ask you to think about your favorite book that you would talk about tradition with, or the dangers of tradition. And I'd ask you to maybe take a piece of paper and think about jotting down some examples of this process. And this process is a 3x3 thesis. Now, don't actually write a thesis in this style. This is just to help you get an outline in your head, to help you focus in on what the question is actually asking. Okay, so I just want to be clear about that, because that can get confusing, and then you're trying to bring all of these tips and tricks onto the essay. At the end of the day, I'm just trying to get those tips and tricks to you. I want you to remember, you know it. You have an answer. We just need to craft that answer well. Okay, so let's start here. You want to try to write or summarize your favorite book in 3 sentences, and those sentences can use no more than 3 words each. Okay, if I were to do that about tradition in Things Fall Apart, I might say Okonkwo fears masculinity. The missionaries colonize Umuofia, and colonization extinguishes traditions. Now there I have the beginnings, just the beginnings, not the whole thing, but just the beginnings of 3 topic sentences. I have the beginnings of a thesis, and we'll talk about some thesis style in a minute. I have the beginnings of, I have the places where I'd want to point to for my evidence. Okay, so if I'm thinking about Okonkwo fearing masculinity, that doesn't really have much to do with tradition. But if I'm thinking about how tradition relates to his masculinity in the first place and why he fears it, I could talk about, again, his motivation, his interaction with his father. I can talk about how the traditions that his father didn't uphold made his life more difficult. I can talk about how he tried to, how his interactions with his own son in that father role are blinded by a fear of traditional masculine gender roles that just kind of didn't exist anymore in his society, but that he still tries to hold on to. So here now I can start to point to, I just listed 3 examples off the start of another example. I can start to talk about tradition in terms of colonization, and I can point to specific moments in the text to help support that for myself. Let's think about some other places where that can be true. So if I wanted to talk about The Great Gatsby, and how sort of playing, fast and loose in society has some consequences, I could start by summarizing it in this way. If I wanted to talk about fences and how respect is present, I could talk about it in this way and summarize it in this way. And if I wanted to talk about the Joy Luck Club and talk about the relationships between mothers and daughters, I could talk about it in this way. And so those are, to just think through your text, take a minute, pick some sort of generic topic. Maybe it is about wealth. Maybe it's about respect. Maybe it's about a mother and father a mother and daughter relationship, and start to think through that with these pieces. How would you write a 3x3 summary around either wealth, respect, or motherhood with your favorite text, or pick another one to practice on. Again, that just gives you the beginnings of an outline. Once you summarize that in a really focused way, now you have a couple of different focal points to look into, and maybe you can then start to build off of that. What you can also start to do, again, you are likely a very good writer. I am almost positive that I'm going to talk just to you, no matter how many of you are on at the moment. I'm certain you are a good writer. Okay, you've been welcomed into your AP classroom. You've felt inclined to pursue some self-study, whatever it is that has brought you here today. Likely, good writing is part of that. Okay, and likely you've spent some time crafting that. Okay, as we take a look here, if you don't feel particularly confident in thesis statements, or if you feel stuck, or if you're just overwhelmed by time, whatever it might be, my goal here this evening, and congrats, we're just over the halfway point, so I love all of you just keeping up with us. Really good work. I, for one, am on my third bottle of water here, and who knows, my voice might be starting to go. I hope it isn't, but here we are. So good work to all of you so far here. Our goal this evening is to give you those rocks to anchor yourself to as you start to rely on the skills that you have. Okay. It's like saying that you're a good bowler, but you still put the bumpers up just in case. We want to give you some of those boundaries, some of those lifelines to hold on to. This is one of those lifelines. You are likely a good writer, but if you get overwhelmed by thesis statements, this is a formulaic way to write a thesis statement. Maybe you write a thesis statement better than this, and that's great, but this will help to set you up for trying to build that sophistication in a designed way. Two things that you can do. The first is to say A does B through C, and all of those words can change. A can change, B can change, C can change, does can change, through can change. Okay? But A does B through C, and think about trying to plug in your argument into that model. In a similar way, you could say A does B through 1, 2, 3, or A is B because 1, 2, 3. And you can make that same A does B claim, and you can list it off in a few different ways that that is true, just briefly. Okay? Get in, get out. Just briefly list off a few different ways that that's true. And then those set up the topic sentences for your paragraphs. Now, I will warn you here. Typically, the prompt, and we may have seen some examples of that already this evening. Typically, the prompt will say something to the effect of, talk about how you may wish to consider figurative language, tone, and detail. You don't want to say, August Wilson develops the character Troy through level of language, tone, and detail. Okay? Because as we just saw in the rubric, simply restating or similarly restating the thesis statement isn't going to get you that point. Or the question, rather, isn't going to get you that point for a thesis statement. Okay? If you wanted to say, August Wilson creates the character of Troy through his relationship with his wife, his son, and his brother. Now you have you've set yourself up to do some interpretation, because you're going to notice that there are some ways that you're asking yourself, what do you keep seeing? There are some ways that the way Troy interacts with his wife, son, and brother are very, very similar and very, very selfish. There are some ways that they are very, very different, and differently compassionate. And so now, not only have we set ourselves up to talk about 3 different instances, 3 different layers, we've also set ourselves up to talk about 3 different contrasts. And that's where we're going to start to see some leveling. Here are the tips that I would offer to you, the things that would really help to work through. Now, if you weren't with us the other night, I wanted to make sure that I talk about these a little bit. But the other night we did work through some of these a little bit more deliberately on our CRAM for tips and tricks on FRQ3. I would encourage you to go back and look at that, especially if you have a little bit of time tonight. Again, I also value you just going to bed and getting a good night's sleep. Okay, but if you want to go back and revisit that, certainly it's recorded. That said, I will touch on it a little bit tonight because many of you likely were there or have seen that stream. And so I don't want to repeat too much of that, but I do want to make sure that we're going through that to get through these tricks together. So as we look at some student samples, we're able to be a little bit more deliberate in the work that we're doing here. The first thing is to have 3 books that you know well. And when I say 3 books that you know well, you likely want to have 3 diverse books, meaning you don't want to have 3 texts about dystopias. You don't want to have, Animal Farm, The Handmaid's Tale, and Fahrenheit 451 just sitting in your back pocket, because likely so many, though those are all different and bring different criticisms to the table, there's so much of that that's similar that it ultimately limits you in terms of whether or not one of those will be a relevant text for the question itself. You also want to think about trying to come up with different authors who bring different stories to the table. You also want to bring different representation to the table. You also want to think about authors from different time periods. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have to make sure that you have Shakespeare in your back pocket and George Orwell in your back pocket, but it wouldn't hurt to have a Shakespeare in your back pocket. It wouldn't hurt to have more recent authors in your back pocket as well, and just have some divergence there. You also want to make sure that you are thinking about just different styles as well. So it wouldn't hurt to have a play on your dance card as well. Have 3 texts that you know well. And I went back to, at the top of I don't remember which hour at this point, I believe 2nd hour, we looked at plot. We looked at that theme chart that I keep referencing between plot, characterization, setting, and symbolism. If you can go through and take some time here tonight, or even if you can go through and maybe you wake up early, you get yourself a good breakfast, and then you go and you're sitting in your classroom waiting for the exam to start. If you're just doodling who the main characters in, I'm going to keep using Fences, who the main characters in Fences are, what about their character is important, what some important plot points are, who the various, what some symbolism is, examples of symbolism. Now you've got that all written out for yourself, and it means that you've gone through the act of writing it, which means that you've gone through the act of remembering it, which means that you can probably bring at least a paraphrased piece of evidence or direct quote. Nobody's expecting you to have a direct quote, but you might be able to reference one just kind of off the top of your head. You have some examples of moments that you can contextualize for yourself as a support system for the arguments that you're making. Remember, anything you say can be right so long as you support it. You also want to cut to the chase, okay? Take the time to outline, take the time to answer the question, but as soon as you go to do the writing, answer it right away, okay? Now, you're going to see in some of the examples this evening, you're going to see introduction paragraphs. My recommendation is to make that introduction paragraph as small as possible. It is entirely likely, especially if you're taking a text from the list that is provided to you, it is likely that you are getting a reader who has read your text before. They know what's going on. And if they don't, you're going to offer them context along the way. The only thing, remember, your introduction is your level 1. Your introduction is giving the basic plot overview. So make it an overview. What's the story about? Why did you choose it for this question? And then actually get into that thesis statement. Remember that there are 2 places that your reader is going to look for a thesis statement, probably at the end of the first paragraph, or might even be a good idea to just write a thesis statement, skip a line, and get into a paragraph, okay? Especially if you feel like you're pressed for time. There are any number of reasons to do any one of these questions first. I might do this one first because it's a little bit more manageable with your time. But there's also, you may want to spend the time to read first and do questions 1 or 2 first. But I think, question 2 is the one you're going to have to invest the most time in, likely. Whereas question 3 is one that you can likely get in and get out on pretty quickly, pretty efficiently, because you're either going to have that text ready to go, you're going to know exactly what you need to do, or you're not. And there's a little bit of wiggle room for what that all means that we'll talk about, I'll likely say throughout the evening. So there's any number of reasons to pick, question 1 first, question 2 first, or question 3 first. I think question 2 takes the most time. Maybe that means that you should do it first. Maybe it means you should do it last. That's really kind of up to you. But whenever you answer that question, get to your thesis statement as quickly as you can. Make your thesis statement very obvious and get into the remainder of the essay. As we said in the rubric, do not restate the question, but do try to shadow the question. Do try to echo the question. Remember that the answer is not in the question. The question's not going to give it away to you. Just because it says figurative language doesn't mean that you need to talk about figurative language. If you don't have that readily available to you, there are any number of other ways for you to show that you know how to interpret the text, for you to show what you do well. And that's really important. There's a lot that you can show in a single paragraph. I don't recommend that you only answer the question with 1 paragraph. In fact, I would really work to avoid it. But by the same token, you can show a lot in 1 paragraph. You can show that you know how to pick a piece of evidence. You can show that you know how to make an argument. You want to make sure that if you do run out of time for some reason and you are just picking a single paragraph, you want to make sure that you are that you have a thesis statement still, because you want to show that you can make a thesis statement and put it in and relate that thesis statement then to a topic sentence and a paragraph. You want to make sure that that paragraph is doing some interpretive work. Again, we saw all of those examples of the word "and" in the rubric because you want to be pushing between level 2 and level 3. You want to be offering your interpretations, but you also want to make sure that you're starting to draw some conclusions and you're doing some of that work that shows what you can do well. And you want to think about the space. We're going to see a couple of different examples of different lengths of text. You want to make sure that you're able to go between probably, think about it like a notebook paper front and back. Okay, if you're at about 1 page, you're probably shortchanging yourself. You'll see really excellent essays that are 4 pages. You'll see really excellent essays that are 2 pages. Length is not the important factor in the essay. Quality and craft are the important factor in the essay. So that's important as well. Let's take a look at some examples here, and we'll start right here with the first one. Now, I want to say, as we're looking here, we are, I don't know how you're feeling. Time is certainly flying by for me, because obviously I know how much I want to be able to talk to you about. As we take a look at this work, there's a few things we want to think about. Over the next couple of hours still, we're going to look at some student examples of FRQ3, FRQ2, and FRQ1. So if we're jumping around a little bit, it's just to make sure that we're sort of covering a little bit of everything, and leaving you with some strategies to take away. Okay, but let's jump right in here and use our time as efficiently as possible. Many works of literature feature characters who have been given a literal or figurative gift. The gift may be an object, or it may be a quality such as uncommon beauty, significant social position, great mental or imaginative faculties, or an extraordinary physical powers. Yet this gift is often also a burden or a handicap. Select the character from a novel, epic, or play who has given the gift, who has been given a gift that is both an advantage and a problem. Then write a well-developed essay analyzing the complex nature of that gift and how the gift contributes to the meaning of the work as a whole. Before we even start to break that down a little bit, you may choose a work from the list below. I've obviously cut off the list below. We'll talk. One of the things that you can remember about that list is that you can choose anything that you've read in your time in high school. Okay, I would try to avoid, unless you're really confident that it fits, I'd try to avoid something that you just pick up on your own. We all have books that we've pushed our own boundaries on, and those are awesome. We also are guilty of having our own guilty beach reads, So I would focus on not worrying about the list that's given to you, though if there's an obvious example on there, jump on it. But I would focus on being prepared with anything that you've read in high school that you are confident in. I'd also recognize that if for example, there's Animal Farm on there and you don't know Animal Farm, but you know 1984 really well, or vice versa, both are George Orwell. It's like, and both talk about a lot of the same things. It's likely that you can use one as a substitute for the other. So think about that. If you feel like you're stuck and you feel like there's a list of books that you just have no idea, but you need a jumping off point, think about if you know anything by another work by the same author. Now let's take a look at the question itself. The actual prompt doesn't start until the end of line 3. Select a character from a novel, epic, or play who's been given a gift that is both an advantage or a problem. So there's one. You need, and you have gotten yourself to a place where the question is actually starting to give you some complexity right from the get-go. It's given you that you need to pick something that is good and bad. So already you've built in some complexity there. Secondly, you want to realize that I think in this prompt, I'm thinking about the word gift as kind of problematic. I think you could look at, obviously it's a literal or figurative gift, and then some of these examples are figurative gifts. Uncommon beauty, significant social position, so on and so forth. I might call those privileges. I might call those advantages. I might call those, I don't know, I think 2 examples is enough. So being able to look at some sort of placeholder, realize that the examples for you are jumping off points. So to recognize that that those advantages like physical power or social stature are not really gifts that are given. Though they can be, you could be elevated to that social stature. You want to recognize that it should be something that is given by someone, even if that someone is a deity, in the example of beauty or extraordinary physical power. So thinking about something that's bestowed. The second thing that you need to pay attention to is writing a well-developed essay analyzing that complex nature. So your job is not to, this is the word that is going to trip you up a little bit, not because you can't handle it, because you absolutely can, but instead it's going to trip you up because complexity feels like a word you should talk about, feels like a word you should use, but you have to recognize in many of the examples we're going to look at tonight, and in many of the examples that you've already seen throughout our other CRAMs or throughout your classes, every time you see a question from the AP, it uses the word complex relationship or complex personality or complex relationship with the surroundings, complex social standing. It always says complex. So that's just the word they're falling back on. Complex just means more than one thing. Your job is to name what that more than one thing is. And if you do that, especially if you do it in your thesis statement and you start to do it in each paragraph, then you're bringing in that nuance and you're bringing in that sophistication. So here, think about the gift that you're going to name. Think about the gift that jumped to mind as you were looking at this question. And think about the fact that, think about what makes that complex. What is the thing that makes that have two levels? Name the complexity, name what makes the gift an advantage and a problem. Don't say advantage and problem either, okay? You could even go, something obvious like a monkey's paw, for example, something that's cursed. It gives wishes, or genie lamp or something. Gives wishes, but it becomes a detriment. The same is true, again, I'm thinking about Okonkwo again, if you've read Things Fall Apart. Okonkwo is given this, it does have these great faculties of physical power, but it completely undercuts him for the remainder of that work. Let's take a look at some of these examples. Now, on the QR codes here, let's start with the low example. I want to start us at the low example, and then I want to get away from the what not to do stuff. I want to avoid that because ultimately, we want to reinforce the good things that we can do. While maybe the benefit of recognizing the low and medium examples is that we want to be able to recognize flaws in our own writing and maybe say, oh, that's exactly what I do. My writing sounds exactly like that. And then recognize how to build on that and try to say, as I said a minute ago, all of these essays have something good in them. Recognizing what that good is and starting to say, well, if I had just crafted it differently, it would have looked better. That's the important thing. That tiny URL up at the top, just a word to the wise, is a whole folder of all of them. And so just to know that they are all in there, making sure that we're going to just the appropriate one, but they're labeled. So let's start with the low version of this response. Taking a look at gifts and low gift. Let's take a moment to read through those with us here. Taking a look, and hopefully that loads in. Oh dear, that is absent. Unsure. Give me a moment to see if I can just recover that briefly. It's entirely possible that I just deleted it. Otherwise, we'll just jump into Otherwise, we can just jump into. No, it doesn't look like there's anything here. Pardon me. Let's jump to the mid version then. Apologies. I'm certain I thought I had gone through all of these just to double check all of them. My mistake. Let's jump back into the mid version instead. Again, my apologies on that. Handful of you are already in here. Beautiful. We've got a lot of anonymous animals that I'm unfamiliar with, which is delightful. We do have an anonymous narwhal, which I'm always happy when that shows up, because I do love me some narwhals. Let's take a look here. Another word here, you can see so much of the crossing out that takes place here, and that's fine, no big deal. One of the things that we do want to be aware of, however, is to think of potentially skipping a line, especially if your teacher always talks about your handwriting being completely illegible. Skip a line. Give yourself some space to make that very clear, and don't write slow, but do the best you can with it. Okay. So in William Faulkner's The Sound and the Fury, character named Benji has a severe mental disability, which sets him apart from all other characters in the novel. Benji's disability is viewed as an extremely negative by society and by some of his family. However, Benji's imaginative mind allows him to escape the failing 19th century American South and his disgraceful family that is crumbling apart with society. Benji is a necessary character to the story because of his childlike nature that Faulkner utilizes as an example for his audience. Let's take a moment, and feel free to keep reading through this as I think aloud over it. Let's take a minute to think about the work that we just did here in trying to talk about how to start the essay. Again, remember that this is the mid example. There's a lot of good here. It's not a it's a good example, though again, it isn't necessarily a gift. In the way that we might have been prompted, okay? But it is, as the student is arguing, it is an advantage in the way that Benji is able to escape. It becomes a tool for him. His imagination becomes a tool for him, and so in that way, it's an advantage, even though it's a disadvantage in his given setting. This is all the information you would want to include in your introduction. If you are including something in an introduction, this is it. Okay, it's quick, get in, get out. This is the character. This is who they are. This is why I chose them. This is where they live. So that's all good. The question I'm going to ask you is there a thesis statement here? I'm not certain that there is. And if there is, I'm not certain that it's clear, and I'm not certain that it fits and I'm not certain that it necessarily fits the prompt. If we look at the format of is there a thesis statement here, Benji is a necessary character to the story because already this student has followed that pattern of A is B because 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3, just as an aside, is more of a guidepost for you. If you only have 1, 2, or if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, have at it. Okay, A does B through C could be a more appropriate format to apply here. Benji is a necessary character. Benji A is a necessary character B to the story because of his childlike nature, which Faulkner utilizes as an example for the audience. So that is a pretty good thesis statement, but it's arguing something that has nothing to do with gifts. He's arguing that it's necessary for Faulkner, and he's arguing that there is a gift and that there's a point that Faulkner is going to make with that gift, but that it's not necessarily about the gift. It's more about Faulkner's style. Okay. And so that's where we can maybe fall off a little bit, is that it's not quite answering the question. And so I would be curious about that work. But let's look at all the other good things that can happen in this essay. Let's take a look at questions of, let's take a look at some questions of how they carry the thesis statement through the essay, how it relates to the topic sentences, what their paragraph structure looks like. And remember, now they've at least set up this question of Faulkner, of that childlike nature being a necessary example. So let's see if that gets carried through in any sort of a sophisticated way. Benji's condition is an extreme burden to his family. So that does give us the thing that we have to ask in this paragraph is, does that topic sentence is a negative? Does this student spin it to a positive? He's not able to eat or function on his own. Much of his family disowns him, including his own mother. The people. So now, if you hear it, we're getting into some summary. We've already given the context in the introduction that he's disowned by his family. So a word or two about how that's true is maybe useful for the first sentence or two, but not necessarily for the entire, for as much as we're seeing here. The people which come to his aid are his caring sister, Caddy, and the African-American servants which work in the Thompson family. The outcasts of the community are ones that aid Benji. So that's actually a pretty good, the outcasts are the ones that come to his defense, is a good claim, and actually might be better off a little bit earlier on in either the essay overall or at least in the paragraph. In fact, it's probably a stronger topic sentence, that there are people who are outcast. They're the ones who surround Benji. And then now we're talking about sort of how that happens, because people being outcast but still being supportive is a positive and a negative relationship. It is a complex relationship. And now there is, but again, we're getting into a place where we're just offering a little bit of summary. Let's see if we can take a moment to go to the next question, and we'll look at a good example. Just paying attention, I want to be true to our time here. I apologize that I'm running about 10 minutes over on each section, but I want to make sure, since you were looking forward to the FRQ section, I want to make sure that I'm true to that space, and we can always come back if necessary. So let's take a look at this next question. In his 2004 novel, Magic Seed, V.S. Nepal writes, "It is wrong to have an ideal view of the world. That's where mischief starts. That's where everything starts unraveling." Again, is there a question there? No, there is not. It is just a statement that's actually going to set up the next statement that's going to set up the question. Select a novel, play, or epic poem in which a character holds, quote, an ideal view of the world. Now, here's a place where we want to think about this question a little bit. An ideal view of the world, it's debatable what I'm about to say, but I would argue that the definition of an ideal view of the world as it relates to this prompt is that an ideal view of the world causes things to unravel. Now, that can be good or bad, as we'll see in a second here, but idealism causes things to unravel. So think right now, as we look through the rest of this question, what's the book that you would choose to answer this question, to address this question? Select a character, then write an essay in which you analyze the character's idealism and its positive or negative consequences. Explain how the author's portrayal of this idealism illuminates the meaning of the work as a whole. Now, there again, we have a whole handful of things we need to talk about. We need to pay attention to the work as a whole, which we've been saying all night. We've been saying we need to take a look at analyzing character and their motivations, which is what we've been saying all night. And now here we need to look at the complexity. It could be positive or negative. Okay, so again, for me, I'd be thinking, and I don't mean to harp on things fall apart, but that is one that is maybe a little less obvious and doesn't necessarily jump to the forefront. Likely, you're thinking about, and I'm sorry, I don't mean you specifically, but likely students are going to think about something like, and you'll probably have a whole list here of books that are dystopias. Definitely this is true in 1984. Definitely this is true in The Handmaid's Tale. Definitely it's true in Fahrenheit 451. That as soon as somebody starts to have an ideal view, it causes things to unravel. I'm going to point to Okonkwo here, again, just because he's somebody who is who believes that the society should maintain its traditions, and there are so many around him who are trying to grow and become and become more nuanced and become more accepting of the people around him. And then the missionaries come in, and Catholic missionaries during colonialism are obviously bringing a different set of traditions. Now, in some places there's some shift there, but now you have two contrasting idyllic versions of the world. And that's where the trouble begins. So I would only want to, it asked me to talk about one character, so I'd probably write one paragraph about the missionaries, but I'd double down and write like a second or third paragraph about Okonkwo to make sure that I was focusing on the question focusing in on the question about a character. So let's go ahead and let's take a look at, to start with the high example here. And what a shame if I've screwed something up here. But we're in luck. There are, in fact, samples. Let's take a minute to think about evidence, okay? Because I know that that's the thing. And again, we'll be looking at a lot of different examples, but I want to take a minute to look at some evidence. So let's actually scroll into, I want to scroll, give me a moment here to pick the point. If we go down, if we take a look at a couple of things, let's actually scroll down to the bottom, and I'm going to put my cursor down at the bottom of this page if you want to come, if you can have the ability to come find me, but you may also be overwhelmed by an anonymous blobfish and an anonymous camel and an anonymous armadillo. But so I'm down at the very bottom of the page here. And I want to pay attention, actually I'm going to be at the bottom of the second page, excuse me. I want to pay attention to all the places where this student has tried to bring in evidence. They're talking about King Lear. And we see the blend of so many characters here. Now, the thing about this text selection is that it does give us a lot of complexity, and that's awesome. It gives us the availability to talk about all the different examples. There are so many different foils in King Lear that we're able to recognize when one character looks one way and when one character looks another way. So here we're talking in this on the second page. On the other hand, Edgar has also been able to improve the lives of others through his idealistic nature and the compassion that comes with it. Gloucester's blindness makes him suicidal, and Edgar, disguised as poor Tom, tries to convince his father how miraculous life is. And so he's able to bring in, that's a really good example of context that is not just summary, it's offering some evidence. It's offering a moment where this person is being is living in that idealism and is trying to demonstrate an extreme. And so by talking about how those characters are interacting, we're talking in a more, we're talking in a way that is a little bit more sophisticated, and we're talking in a way that serves to prove an example that is being given. So we can't expect that you're going to have a quote off the top of your head, especially a quote from King Lear, just ready to go from this text. There's so many people involved. It's possible that you do, okay, but we cannot expect that. And certainly we can't expect you to get it 100% correct. But to talk about here's a character and here's a character going through the here's a character going through an interaction with another character. If you're focused on interactions and you're focused on actions, that's going to be really good. One of the things that makes this one better than the one we just looked at. Okay, so again, we were talking about Benji in William Faulkner's work being someone who only is engaging in and is being supported by other outcasts. That's interactions too. That's an example of interactions as well. And so that's a good way for us to bring that work into a paragraph. That's great. But we're not really landing the plane on so what. Again, we're always asking ourselves that question. Here we are. Here, Edgar has also been able to improve the lives of others with his idealistic nature. We've brought in idealism as a character trait. We've brought in then an example of how that's affected somebody else. And we've referenced a plot point, but we've referenced it in terms of who that character is. We've referenced it in terms of what that argument is. We've referenced it in terms of how it answers the question. As one last minute, and I want to make sure that we have some time here, let's go into the low example of this. Again, we can call it with 1984. In 1984, by George Orwell, the majority of society is a victim to Big Brother, Big Brother's fabricated view of an ideal world. So there is an argument there. Probably gets the point for a thesis statement. But as we're taking a look here, I definitely don't care that that this is only one page, but again, you're shortchanging yourself if you're only writing a page. And at the very least, if you're only writing a page, skip a line between the thesis to show that paragraph structure. So they're screaming like animals during the 2 minutes hate. Now, this definitely has the look to it that somebody was just trying to get their writing done in the allotted time. It has a feel that it was probably rushed deliberately, and that's okay. We can certainly be respectful of that, and we can empathize with that. But let's take a look. It's this ideal view is extremely detrimental, as the citizens are programmed to believe that Big Brother only wants the best for them. Now, here's the thing that I would ask. Remember, we said that at the beginning of the question that an ideal view of the world is one that causes things to unravel. I don't necessarily know that Big Brother, in trying to make everything stay the same, is or trying to keep everything very, very monotonous and uniform. I don't think that things are unraveling there. I would maybe, if I was going to use 1984, I would probably want to focus on Winston. Or at least if I'm talking about 1984, I'm focusing on O'Brien more than I'm focusing on Big Brother. So what causes things to unravel? Do things truly unravel? That's what makes this kind of a tricky text to choose for such an example. On the other hand, though, we want to make sure they're, again, this is a person who's brought in. The reason that I think this is a rushed essay is that this person has brought in 3 pretty good examples: the 2 minutes hate, the torture, and there was just one more. Maybe I misread. The 2 minutes hate, 2 minutes hate, the torture, and then likely you can come up with a 3rd example if you're familiar with the text. And so if there's some paragraph structure there, if he's got a little bit more time, we'd be able to take those nuggets of moments and talk about them in terms of what Winston tries and fails to do, what O'Brien maybe tries and struggles to do, how the 2 minutes hate really affects each person sort of individually, or how it's bringing people together and to what end. And so we can do some analysis of those moments, and that would have been a good way to use this brief instance of evidence and start to use it in a way that helps us to create a paragraph. Because remember, your paragraph should be at that level 2 space, drawing conclusions in that level 3 space, trying to hit both the evidence and the "and" of your rubric. Okay. Let's take a moment. I'm just going to jump ahead here given our time, and we can for sure come back here. I want to just reevaluate just to make sure that we have enough time to hit on everything, but I'm always happy to come back into a couple of these if we have to. There's no problem there. Again, I would remember that you can absolutely study for this, have 3 texts ready for yourself, take the time to think through it, even if it's first thing in the morning, even if it's the last hour before you go to bed tonight. Take a moment to jot down some things that you already know. Dive into a book, find a PDF and Control F for quotes and evidence that you have on the top of your head, but you don't really remember them 100%, and just take some time to look back into that work if you have it. Make sure to avoid the do's and don'ts. Bring your thoughts into it. As long as you're making your claims and supporting it by moments that happen in the text, you're in a good space. Get right into it. Take the time to understand the question, take the time to create an outline, but then make your claims and go. All right? Make sure you focus on paragraph structure. I know that I said that anything can happen in one paragraph and that you can show a lot of good things in one paragraph. You can't show that sophistication without having a full essay. Do try to make sure that that sophistication is present in each paragraph. Each paragraph is echoing itself, it's echoing the thesis, and you're drawing conclusions that themselves are nuanced. We are for sure well into hour 4, but I appreciate y'all staying with me and pushing through as we continue here. Something that I want to help think about as we're just trying to lift ourselves up through these last 2 hours. Another, just kind of taking back to people that I take inspiration from and that help me to stay centered in in how I stay, motivated and following things that keep me going. My personal hero is Travis Roy. Travis Roy was an American hockey player who played for Boston University. But he played, and he was the next big thing. He was going to be the man going forward into the NHL after he graduated college. And they knew that out of high school. And he played his first college game, and he was on the ice for 19 seconds before he was hit awkwardly into the boards and was paralyzed for the rest of his life. He unfortunately passed away back this past winter, but he's probably the most impressive person I have ever met in my life. And so I keep thinking about him as I'm thinking about all my students, as I'm thinking about you going off and getting ready for college, having these ideas of what you think, that you want from your life. The thing that I want to make sure you are thinking about is how those goals center you. What he ultimately ended up doing was that he took that hardship, and he ultimately rose above it and was one of the most severe advocates for accessibility that I've ever known. But he said in a speech when I was a freshman in college, he said, "Our dreams can take us to the tops of mountains or out of the deepest holes." And that was something that always sort of, stuck with me throughout. And so as you're thinking about all, this is certainly an exam that's going to take you, that can take you into some really advantaged places and open some doors for you. And I really hope that you all do well. I know you're going to. But by the same token, I want you to remember all the successes that you can have beyond just the next 24 hours. You're going to do some really amazing things. You may nail this exam and maybe end up taking that college class anyway, because you want to. And so I'm really hopeful for all the work that you have coming towards you. Remember that this is just one point in the way that you're trying to achieve those goals. So as we start to get into it for our FRQ2 work, and this is a place where I think I'm going to try to catch up on a little bit of ground for you. Again, just because we're still looking at some student examples, but I know that we want to be paying attention to all the tricks that we talked about in the last block are all just as useful here. So I think about FRQ2 and FRQ3, at least in terms of how you're writing the essay, I think about them really, really similarly. The advantage in FRQ2 is that you have the text in front of you and you can be citing those examples. You can pull that evidence really directly, and you absolutely should. Okay, make sure that you're bringing quotes and evidence into your excerpt. But the other ways that we're going to talk about, the other strategies that we're going to talk about for getting into that essay and writing that essay are going to be the same as they would be for FRQ3. So I'm hopeful that is helpful to you. Here's something that I have not yet talked about tonight, and I've been talking about character and talking about motivation and talking about interaction all night. But I want to take a moment to think about how I think about a character. Characterization in the first place is internal or external, right? And it can also be psychological, right? So how a character is bringing who they are into the scene, what those motivations are, and how they are helping or hurting someone else in the scene, how they are resonating with someone else in the scene. All of that is important. Who they are in terms of a character and how they can be symbolic can come from their appearance, it can come from their actions, it can come from a lot of different spaces. But I think about a character in terms of these 5 things. How do they think, or what do they think? How do they act? How do they interact? What do they look like? And what do they say? Now, I said it a few hours ago that you cannot necessarily think about all of these things every single time. You may have a character who is not the narrator, who their point of view is not the one that you know, and so you can't get into their head. You can't get into what they're thinking. That's no big deal. It probably means that you know what they're saying regularly. What their appearance is, again, that's a place where you really want to make sure that you're asking yourself, so what? Because if you're just pointing to an arbitrary, maybe character piece or appearance, can be kind of pejorative rather than useful. So you want to make sure that there's something emblematic of that character. For example, Lord of the Flies, Piggy has glasses. And so what that character looks like ultimately becomes really important later on. The fact that he's called Piggy in the first place becomes really important and carries throughout the entirety of the work. But overall, the one that I hold on to the most is how is a character interacting, and what are those other things that we know about the character that they're bringing into the space. So again, most important thing that we can be thinking about: facts, fit, facts, interpretations, and themes, fit, and motivation. That comes in right in here as well. Okay, let's take a look again and just remind ourselves of solid. I'm not going to take too much time with that just because we've already been over it this evening, but you can obviously see it here. Let's take a look and remember some commentary on some plot structure. I want to talk just about conflict first, because conflict is going to be the driving force of any work. And as we're looking, so the reason that I want to talk about this here is that we're starting to talk about looking at an excerpt from a work that you are probably unfamiliar with. It's not very likely that you're going to get an excerpt from a book that you've read start to finish, and certainly not one maybe that you've read in class. Okay, you might luck out. That'd be great, but I will tell you that all of the texts that I have seen as examples are things that, if I'm familiar with them, I'm familiar with them from the whole scope of my English career, going back from the start of high school through college, and into my own teaching practice. And so whenever I've come across something that I am familiar with, it's because I've just seen it repeated so many times. I've just seen it in just life collecting books. And so you are going to have to be able to look at the excerpt. And again, it's an advantage because you're just being asked to look at what's in front of you. No more, no less. Even if you do know the book, and if you know that it's from such and such a chapter, don't bring in that information. Focus on what's in front of you. Focus on the conflict. The thing is, you've seen this fairy tale pyramid before, even if it was in the 5th grade. All of the points, all that is to say, this plot structure follows individual scenes as well. So think about it in terms of what happens from beginning to end. What's the thing that starts that conflict? How does each character engage in that conflict? And how is it ultimately resolved? Think about this structure again. If you need to start with something to talk about, can you summarize what you just read in a 3x3? And remember these pieces that we mentioned earlier. Are you able to, because again, I know we like I said, this whole cram is sort of accordioning. It's waterfalling. It's starting at the beginning. With poetry, then prose, then FRQ3, then prose, because we want to bring this all back. So remember that these are structures that we can use to talk through a piece of prose in a way that helps us to think through our characters. So I won't spend too much time here because we've already gone over it, but think about the thing that I always want to come to: characterization and shifts. What is the character bringing in? How does the character change, and what else changes along with that excerpt? Remember also how to skim, because this is a place where you may have to pick up a little bit of time. You do want to be moving efficiently through, because you're focusing on all 3 essays kind of all at once. Make sure you get all 3 done first. Make sure you get through all of them, and then go back and edit as you need, push and pull where you need, accordion where you need, but make sure that you're able to move efficiently and break down your time into chunks with a little bit of time at the end if you can. Let's take a look at Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. Now, as you all jump into this reading, I'll give you a little bit of time there and we'll talk through it a little bit. You jump in, start to read through that. I'll take a moment to go ahead and just kind of riff on the question while you're opening that up. As we take a look here, and we've got some suggestions that I'm going to try to bring through here. One of the things that you want to make sure you do is still, even when you have the excerpt in front of you. So obviously an outline is really important in FRQ3, but an outline is also important in FRQ2. So just making sure that now you are going to be expected to have just a little bit more well-structured of an essay. The reader understands that you are pressed for time. No question about that. They get it, right? They've been doing this for a minute. They get it. And so that part's fine. What you want to make sure you recognize is that you have different abilities that you can showcase in FRQ2 versus FRQ3. FRQ3, you want to be able to showcase that you, for lack of a better word, are well read. You've got a handful of books you can talk about, and when someone poses a question, you can pose an answer, having a breadth of knowledge about some books. Okay, and I suspect that you are all, for the purposes of this essay, for the purposes of this exam, well read. You've spent some time on it. And so that much should be a point of confidence for you. Finally, we want to pay attention to being able to focus on the reading in front of you. And so those are the two big differences. Being able to focus on the reading in front of you and being able to take what is there and only what is there and start to chew on it and read something that you likely haven't seen before and talk about it. That analytical ability is the thing that they want to see. And so being able to go ahead and read through that in a way that's purposeful, being able to pull meaningful evidence the first or second time is important as well, because being able to take that evidence and chew on it and push what you have for level 2 and pull it up to level 3 is really important. But you're still looking for that sophistication. So you still want to make the time for yourself to sketch out an outline and to focus that outline around pieces of evidence, because now you have them. And then go, because again, the name of the game is efficiency, answering the question thoroughly in a way that is useful, to showcasing your writing and analytical abilities. So here, again, we see this phrase, complex experience. This is the one that I don't know if you caught me sort of stumble over trying to come up with a third example about complexity. I thought complex relationship, and I couldn't come up with complex experience. This is the one. How are they living in society with one another? What's their relationship with those around them? So write an essay that analyzes how the author portrays the complex experience of two sisters, Penelope and Irene, within their family and society. Now this one, again, your goal is to name that complexity, and complexity, as a reminder, means two things. So let's take a moment. It feels like some of you hopefully have taken a look at this work right now. So let's take a look and open up another poll, since we have some space to do that right now. How would you define this complexity? Now, we've opened up this poll. One of the things that I want to remind you of is there is no right answer on this one. This isn't like the multiple choices. We want to take a minute to think through some various examples. So there might be some here that you disagree with. That's great. There might be some here that you agree with. That's great. You might be able to bring something else to the table, and that's great too. Whatever it is that you have, we definitely would love to hear it. So bring that in. Do you think that, how would you define this complex example? Do you think that the sisters are sheltered but content? Do you think that they are ambitious but private? Do you think that they are intelligent but unaffected? Do you think that they are innocent but defined? As we take a look here, a lot of you opted for sheltered but content, and I appreciate that thought. Let's take a look here at some student responses. Take a minute and let's start in here with the medium. Let's look at the mid example. Let's look at the mid example. Great start here as we see I love we got an anonymous gopher coming in, and it even includes a little gopher hole for him to pop his head out of. That's fantastic. Anonymous moose, wonderful. Snake, excellent. Anonymous dingo, even better. So as we take a look at a bunch of people, now that we see 6 or 7 people jumping in, I'll give it a moment since I've seen a number of others in the past, and here we are as that floodgate sort of starts to open. Great to see you in here. Let's take a look at this piece of writing. There's a lot of good here. Now, here is a place where, again, I'm still okay with just trying to get a thesis statement and go. But look at this paragraph and recognize, and actually, here's the reason why I'm okay with being curt on your introduction, is because now the reader definitely has the reading in front of them. They definitely know what you're talking about. So make sure that whatever you have to say in the introduction is really important for it to be there. Show that you can write an introduction, but make it super brief. Get that level 1 information that you need, that you're going to be thinking about, that you picked up on, and go. Have just a brief overview of the text in general and the characters you want to talk about, and then go into a thesis statement. So a family can have a great impact on the social interactions of people. So this person has chosen to shape their essay around that sort of level 3 concept of family dynamic. That's pretty good. That even though they're just starting out the essay with this with a level 3 concept, it's still at a level 1 it's still a level 1 piece of writing, because they're just introducing what it is that they're trying to focus on about that level 3 topic. But that's great, because it means that that level 3 topic gets filtered through the actual thesis statement, like coffee grounds into a carafe, and it informs the rest of the essay. So that essay has to stay at level 2, because they've already started up high at level 3, and then they have a good thesis statement where we have the use of style, tone, and selection of details show the complex experience of Penelope and Irene in a close-knit family with mid-range social status. Now, this is a point that I really want to make, if you take nothing away from tonight, I hope you take away these 3 things: already fit and motivation. But in your writing, you want to be very careful of this. Not only do you not want to echo the question and restate the question, you also want to be careful about how you talk about things like style and tone. An author doesn't use tone, for example. An author develops tone. Think about it this way. Tone is not a saw. It's not or a hammer. It's not a tool, okay? Tone is the birdhouse that you make at the end, okay? There are tools that are used. There are different pieces of language that get used throughout. There's different word choice. There's stylistic elements where you have 2 parallel ideas. You have foil characters that are contrasting one another. You have a juxtaposition of contrasting elements. You have a lot of things that authors will bring into their text, but they will not bring tone They will develop tone. Your job, if you're going to talk about the tone, is to name the tone. You could talk about the fact that they use figurative language, because then it opens up that you're going to bring out the language. You're going to talk about that. It introduces a quote. You can talk about diction. You can talk about types of diction. Maybe it's particularly descriptive, maybe it's particularly negative, maybe it's particularly positive, whatever it might be. But presumably when you're talking about a specific word, you're going to take that word and you're going to bring it up. So again, I don't want to criticize this person too much. They are a mid-score, but I would argue that that's probably one of the reasons, is that they've already set themselves up to talk about not how not how and why, not the so what of what the author is doing, but instead that the author has done it without ever talking about the effects. So just make sure you remember that about things like tone, is that tone is not the saw. Tone is the birdhouse that's created. It's the thing that happened. It's the thing that you feel because the author did something else, because the author made other choices. Okay. That said, there are some good things in this. And the other thing, actually, let's pause for a minute. And the one misstep again that I would challenge you to avoid. Remember, we don't want to say complex experience. We don't want to say complex experience. We want to name what that complexity is. Okay. And so bring that in. But one of the good things that they do, Penelope and Irene are in a close-knit family with mid-range social status. Now, again, not a particularly defensible thesis statement, certainly not in the way that it certainly not in regard to how it ultimately answers the question. But there is a little bit of analysis that comes in there. And so as they carry it throughout, and you can see, if you just scroll through this a little bit, you can see some really well-shaped paragraphs. Now, obviously, that doesn't particularly count for much, but it's a way of checking your work. It's a way of seeing the places where there might be some quick problem areas for you to fix when you go back and look at it at the end. Do your paragraphs roughly look like these look like some efficient paragraphs? I'll tell you, when I, as a reader, am looking through my students' essays, I read their essays at least 2 times, because the first time, it's not until the second time that I actually read it top to bottom. The first time, I look quickly at specific places. I look for a thesis statement. Then once I know what the student is arguing, I jump into the heart of their paragraphs and I say, did you talk about it in terms of evidence? And then when I see what their evidence is, I say, okay, well, what's the point of this paragraph? And I look for their topic sentence. And I say, okay, does the topic sentence match the evidence? And do both of those things match the thesis? And so I spot check the essay to see, have they created an argument? Does it look like they've created an argument? And then I go back and I read the whole argument. And so looking at this here, you can see quickly where the student's thesis is. You can see the evidence that they've brought in and the evidence where they've cited it. You can see quickly where their topic sentences are and presumably what their arguments are. And then looking right at the end of the essay, the conclusion sentence 1 or 2. This does sort of just restate the thesis statement. Again, you want to draw conclusions. But again, some good things, some improving things. This is a perfectly serviceable mid-range essay. Let's jump into the high essay to take a look here as well. I'll say this, and welcome back, all of you, pretty quickly. I'm curious if it's the same anonymous gopher. But let's take a look in this work. The first thing, just looking at this is the Handwriting between these two was kind of different. I'll just say a quick word that if you think that your handwriting is messy, or if you think that your handwriting is crowded, take some time to skip a line. You're perfectly welcome to do that. Let's take a moment to read through this. Again, this student is starting with the exact same level 3 statement. They're taking the time to look at what a family unit might look like in terms of society and how a family unit engages or interacts with society. And now we're right in on that. We're right in line with some of that level 3 stuff. Pardon me. So we're right in line with some of that level 3 stuff, and we're able to make some arguments here. Sorry about that. Lost my tab for a moment. Okay, so taking a look, I try to encourage students to get the in his novel, The Rise of Silas Lamp, all of that language. Try to get that into the body of your introduction. Take that out of your thesis. Try to mention just, Howells does, A does B. Get right into your argument so that it's particularly clear. William Dean Howells describes the complex relationship two sisters have with their family and society. Now, again, it's an argument, and I'm going to assume that as this essay continues, that there's more that's developed, because again, it's the high score. All of that is to say, and that thesis statement, though, doesn't set up sophistication, okay? And so it makes it hard because there's not too much to argue there, because nothing's been named about the complexity, but also nothing's been named about what Howells does to make that happen. So the essay can develop that, and likely does. Obviously, again, it's the high scoring model. And so we take a look at how that happens. All of that is to say, this is the high scoring model, and already there are some missteps. So don't get too bogged down with trying to hit the right points in your essay. Try to make sure that you have a thought and you have an argument, and that argument is well crafted, which is a little bit different than just trying to check the boxes of a rubric, right? If you're being well crafted, you're being well crafted because you know how to write an essay, and you know how to form an argument, and you know what it is. We looked at the rubric because we want you to be aware of what the reader is looking for. But that doesn't mean that you can just check a box, because certainly that's a little bit more difficult. So both sisters, Penelope and Irene, are described as having similar relationships with their family. Now we've got some discussion of two sisters, two characters, and we're looking through both of those pieces. When we think back on this essay, on this excerpt as a whole, let's take a moment to think through what's going on in the excerpt overall. We're thinking about how there are these two sisters. They are pretty closed off. There's language about how they revere their mother, and they all sort of stay in a tight-knit social circle. They are not particularly well-to-do, but they are certainly not impoverished. They're fairly comfortable, and there is some moment where they have trouble engaging with kind of the academic tenor of the community, because they are content to just close themselves off. Now, one of the things that I might do, the excerpt really moves through 3 units where we talk about the family circle in the first place. We talk about the sisters and how they try to engage with the community, and then we talk about the sisters, and how they tried to challenge the intellectual curiosity of the community. I might try to engage in each of those movements as 3 different paragraphs here. And so this is what this writer does. If we look at the bottom of this first page, the entire family seems to be unhealthily dedicated to one another as they dressed for one another and richly for themselves. They are a family that lived entirely for each other, and the sisters have no knowledge of what other life there could be, because this is the foundation that has been built for them. So again, this student has taken a couple of quotes and is chewing on them. One of the things that I like to tell my students is, especially if you think back to the mid example, and if you're still in the mid example, taking a look at that just quickly, I mentioned those sort of squat, well-defined paragraphs. When you're doing that, you want to, again, check your own work. Look to make sure that you've put some evidence into the quote, into the paragraph, but don't end the paragraph with a quote. Because if you end the paragraph with a quote, you haven't actually analyzed the quote. That should be the first indication to yourself to ask, so what? Bring the quote as high up in the paragraph, as early in the paragraph as you can, because then you can start to riff on what the evidence is, and you can start to bring that, and you can start to really expand and use the capital of your paragraph space to bring your language and your thoughts into that analysis. And this is what this student does in brief references to dressing for one another and living richly for themselves. And then, so that's maybe halfway. So that's maybe halfway through the paragraph. But they've also included other moments in this paragraph where they could have where they've brought in some evidence to talk about how they interact with their mother. Right around where it says the entire family seems unhealthily dedicated to one another, I might have started a new paragraph because it feels like that's a new paragraph. But again, this point is all well and good, and it is focused around the family unit. And then the next paragraph, as I just said, the essay, the excerpt is in 3 movements, and the essay seems to follow that. So I'm not so worried about the fact, and certainly the readers weren't as well, I'm not so worried about the fact that there is another, that there could be more, that there could be better paragraph structure, because the arguments and the analysis are all there. But again, we get into that place down the bottom. Very good. Let's take a look here. I want to spend the time that we have taking a look. We'll continue to look at some student samples into our next hour. But I want to move ahead here and look. Well, let's actually take a look at Under the Feet of Jesus by Helena Veramontes, because I want to make sure we skipped over that a little bit early on, and I want to take some time with that here. And then we'll take a look at that work. So take a minute to read through this paragraph and to read through this excerpt, and then we can start to take a look at just maybe how you would those other excerpts were things that we've looked at already in our previous CRAM sessions. So we'll take a look a little bit at this excerpt and how you might address it, but then we'll jump into student excerpts with regard to some poetry, and we'll finish up our evening together. So taking a look at Under the Feet of Jesus by Helena Maria Veramontes, you want to look at analyze the development of Estrella's character. So automatically there, we're at a place where we want to see how motivations are developed. What is that character carrying with them? in this excerpt, as you're starting to read through it, in this excerpt, you're taking a look at you're likely taking a look at how Tale's language comes into play with regard to Australia. And so making sure that we're looking at, obviously, what she looks like with physical features and how those are described, how others are interacting with her is really important as well. And so trying to bring that all together in terms of how it develops from beginning to end. Remember, that's a place where we want to focus on sudden realizations, change, and shifts in character. I would echo to you that I don't think there's been a time tonight that we've looked at a question where there's been some content piece or some memorization tool or some language that you absolutely that you might feel like you're missing, and we haven't even necessarily come across student responses, the good, the bad, the middle, that are using language that feels learned or feels inaccessible. And I want to say that to really emphasize and encourage you to remember that there's so much of this that you already know, and so much of this that you're really, really good at and ready for. And so much of what you've been bringing into the poll has been useful as well. So I'm happy to see that too. As we're taking a look here, what are the details that you feel seem to be the most important? Is it her features? Is it Perfecto's name? Is it the tools that he lists off using? Or is it the relationships that seem to surround each of them? So take a look there. For what it's worth, many of you are pointing to these relationships. And so that's that, again, I appreciate that, if not just for the fact that we've talked tonight so much about relationships and how they play a role in this work. And so as we start to ask ourselves, how do you analyze the development of her character? You may wish to consider such literary elements as selection of detail, figurative language, and tone. This is another place where you want to avoid bringing in language that is, there's another place where you want to avoid bringing in language that is just echoing that. You want to make sure that you're not saying that they use tone, that they use detail, that they use figurative language. And let's take a look at the high example here, just to see how the student addresses that argument. Okay, because that's going to be the most important part of this answer, is going to be the thesis statement. Okay. And so what I really like about this example, and I'll give everyone just a moment to come in here. What I really like about this example is if you take a look at the first part, here's an example of a student who did just kind of jump into the thesis statement. Okay. Within Viramonte's novel, Under the Feet of Jesus, Estrella's determined and resilient character comes as a result of prior experiences, and Viramonte reveals this through the use of selective details, figurative language, and tone. Now, again, they did exactly the thing that I would have said, hey, try to avoid that. But there's so much else that goes into that argument that I think we're okay. I actually think that this thesis statement would be amazing if we just lopped off that end piece. But No big deal. Obviously, the students scored well on this. But if we just stop at within Veramonte's novel Under the Feet of Jesus, excuse me, Estrada's determined and resilient character comes as a result of prior experience. Now we're into A does B through C, right? Determined and resilient character, A, comes as a result of prior experience. So, what happens? She's determined and resilient. How does it happen? Through prior experiences. We could maybe name some of those prior experiences and give us that 1, 2, 3 to establish the start of our work. But we're in a really good place with how this student has begun their essay. And then, no doubt, is there a thesis statement here, right? It's the first sentence, and we jump right in. And then we get into now, when it comes to selection of detail, there are some stylistic elements that are particularly interesting here. Looking at the excerpt itself, it begins with the line, all by itself. So what is this? What a great way to start a piece. And our student example here names that. Initially, a question is posed, signifying to the reader that Estrella thirsts for knowledge and yearns for the discovery as much as possible. Okay. Now, whether that's an accurate interpretation or not is kind of irrelevant. It is a great interpretation. It makes a strong claim, and it works to defend it. You could say anything about, you can't say anything, but you can say so many things about that, about who that character is. So what is this? Is the start of a relationship. It's the start of a positive relationship. There is a thirst for knowledge there. I totally agree with this assessment, but that's not really the point. The point is that it makes a really good claim, and it starts to prove it. The scene starts in the middle, so in media res means in the middle, and that curiosity, whereas like something has happened before. Now this can be a little bit of a challenge when you're looking at this excerpt, because it is just an excerpt. You've taken context away from whatever came before and came after. So I'd be careful about in media res. But if like there was a line like she ran, as she entered the room, she slammed the door. Even if that's the first line of it, of whatever excerpt you're reading, that is in media res. Something has just happened. There's some conflict that has been established, but we didn't see it happen. And so that's okay. But if it just starts with, they were in the room, well, they were in the room and she was crying, that counts. Next thing we knew, but they were in the room. That might just be a product of the test taking. So just be aware of, where things are happening, and what just might be kind of a product of seeing an excerpt unto itself. Okay. But regardless, starts in the middle of things with Estrella's curiosity over the tools in Perfecto's toolbox. Using words, and I love this style of writing a response, using words such as justified, jumbled, funny shape, and foreign. The tone is one of confusion. That is fantastic. And it just so happens that we're actually talking about tools when I'm going to point back to that analogy that I made a moment ago about tone being the birdhouse and language being the tool. Okay, that's what's happening here. This student is pointing towards, I love words such as jumbled, words such as funny shape, or whatever the word might be, to use that style to say these words, now you're bringing in evidence, these words, this diction has this effect. So we've used words that we've used kind of humorous, ambiguous, unknown words like jumbled and funny shape and created a tone of confusion. That's a phenomenal piece of analysis. Coming down to the next, selective additional details serves to further characterize Australia as resilient, and the narrator's additional story from Australia's childhood gives one more insight. Gives one more insight, and this further develops Australia's character. And that's fantastic, is that we're talking, that is some nuance, that is some sophistication. We're talking about multiple areas where this character has been developed and filled in and fleshed out, and all the different language that the student is using, that the author is using to point out how that's happening. So that's fantastic as well. Really good work. Really good work from that student. I hope that you all see how you can mimic that too. You are absolutely going to see so many things in an excerpt. It's just your job to make sure that when you see it, you ask yourselves, so what? Okay? So read first. Take the time to work through the excerpt as we've talked about all night, and then look at the questions second and try to skim through for that relevant information after the fact. Can you, does the question give you new eyes to look at the excerpt? Dates, when they come up in the question, can be some context, but they're not necessarily the be all end all. Focus on the text. Be careful to avoid modern commentary. There's certain places where obviously humanities classes are a perfect vehicle for that. Reading is nothing if we're not doing something with it. So making commentary on various social issues and things like that is really important. But you want to make sure that you're focused on the text in front of you. And so that's really important as well for the purposes of this. Once you're in school, challenge those texts. Make sure to always be challenging things and always bringing that knowledge into a useful space for us. But make sure, obviously, for these purposes, that you're just focused on the text and the time period that the text is taking place in. So don't bring more than what's there, be it your own sort of more poignant social commentary, maybe as it's related to the last year, but also make sure that you're not bringing in more commentary than what the question is asking for directly for this excerpt on this text. Even if you know the book perfectly, even if you know exactly what the next word is after the excerpt ends, even if your teacher told you all there is to know about this book, make sure you're focused on what's on the test. Okay. And I have been consistently right about a quarter of the time over where I plan to be. But I appreciate you all hanging in there. We are absolutely into hour 5. And so, while I am thinking through so many of these the resilience that people who inspire me, and I'm trying to bring them in to inspire you as well. Certainly some of them are, maybe a little bit down. Obviously you want to, in trying to lift yourselves up. So let's end on a high note. I'm going to go back to Hannah Hausman again, because she just, gives me a lot of energy, and I hope that's working for you as well. Give her a follow, especially if you need, another, one more pep talk on top of all the ones that we're trying to give you on Fiveable as well. She definitely is worth that follow. But not all of your thoughts are right. Some of them are negative. Choose to listen to the positive. Okay. If you're doubting yourself, and I hope you're not, I hope as we've gone through this night, you've gone through and you're saying, you know what? I absolutely see all the stuff that I'm looking for in the multiple choice. I definitely know what's going on in these excerpts. My writing looks like those mid to high range examples, usually not the low ones. And when I see the examples of the low ones, I know how to fix it. You choose to know the positive. But if you're feeling some self-doubt, remember what she said the first time. Remember what we said at the beginning of the time. You are, if you are nervous, and again, here, now I'll give you the next thing that she says. She says, nervous just means that you're doing something awesome. Nerves means that your engine is revving up. Okay. Nerves mean that you're at the starting line and you're about to push go. And as we finish up the last 45 minutes of this cram, and as you keep that mental preparation that I mentioned about Kobe, and you stay, with that active mind during your practice, you're just going to keep revving up. And that might mean that you keep feeling those nerves, but that's okay. You're going to keep revving up, and you're going to, hopefully, cool down a little bit, go to bed, and you're going to wake up, get some coffee in you, tea, whatever it might be, get yourself together, get yourself to school, try to have a good breakfast, and then head forward into the test and really run that race, because you're going to do such good work tomorrow. So if there's any negative self-talk going on to you right now, get that out of your head. Choose to listen to that positive stuff. Choose to think back on, I mentioned a few hours ago, learning from all the places where you stumbled this year and getting ready to use that as a springboard into the rest of this exam. Choose to think about now the places where you've succeeded, okay? You are all doing a really awesome job in our poetry work early on in the evening. You've done a really awesome job in all of our work throughout this evening. But now we're back into that poetry. And so we'll reevaluate some of the work that we've talked about, and we'll try to bring together some of the ways that we can read through a poem, and some of the other ways that we can read through a poem, and then some of the ways that we can write about the poem, and we'll see where we are right at the end of it. So I'm going to remind you about some of the things that you can see. Remember, I want you looking for sonnets. I want you looking for various forms of meter, looking for end rhyme, looking for especially shifts in tone, shifts in style, places where viewpoint changes. What's the epiphany? What's the aha moment at the end of the poem? The same way that we've been talking about in all of our writing all night. Where does the character, the speaker, the narrator, whoever, where do they start and where do they end by the end of that excerpt? Okay, that's going to be the most important thing. And then, so what? Ask yourself how. How does the author bring that about? And what do I notice as a result of that? So we'll keep going here. As always, just remember, fit. I want to reevaluate this, because this is one way to think about a poem in particular, especially when you get stuck on a poem, because I know people tend to get stuck on poetry. There's no reason to be scared about poetry, because again, we've seen all night all the different places where, as long as you can pick out a word, a line, get the general vibe of what's going on, you're going to be, and take the time to outline, you're going to do really successful work. That said, when you do take the time to try to get yourself out of the mud, if you do get stuck on a poem, if there is language that doesn't feel very accessible to you, that's okay. Focus on what you know. What are the facts? Because you'll absolutely be able to find facts and then talk about those facts. If you can find 2 or 3 things that you absolutely know to be true in a poem, even if it's just these last 2 lines rhyme, that's great. Even if it's just this poem has 14 lines, so I know it's a sonnet, that's great. Try to talk about whatever you can as a result of that. This is another sort of level 2, or next level, 2.0 way to think about that. Tipcast. If you go through a poem reminding yourself of these things, now again, these are ways to get in and out efficiently. I don't think that taking the time to paraphrase a whole poem is useful to you. Certainly not to write it down, but ask yourself, can you jot down, if there's 5 sentences, can you jot down 5 facts about this poem? Okay. But tipcast, think about this. Look at the title first and recognize any connotations you have for that title. What does that title make you think of? What does it make you feel? Examples of imagery we've talked about all night. Remember that imagery is gradients. It shows difference between a couple of different places. Try to paraphrase if you get stuck. Try to work your way out by grounding yourself in the things that you know. Paraphrase to try to loosen up any knots that you might encounter in a poem. Find other connotations. What words or phrases seem to stand out to you in the poem? Name the attitude. Read it once. What do you feel? Read it twice. How does it get you to that point? How does it make you feel that? What is the author doing? And then where are the shifts? Again, I cannot stress enough. Shifts are the place where you are able to recognize that one thing happened and another thing happened differently, because that's going to be a place that's always intentional. So the so what is always going to be purposeful. And then finally, you're going to be able to recognize whenever you're talking about that work, you're talking about it in a way that's going to be meaningful and analytical. So find every shift you can. Tone, subject, speaker, where is something that's changing? And again, so what? What does it change to? Put it all together. What do you think about it? Okay. What can you say about the poem? Where are you finding things that seem to be repeating themselves? Where do you find patterns? And how do those convey the overall theme of the piece? And then once you've done all that thinking, once you've done all that outlining, okay, what do you notice about the title newly now? Okay. Do you know something new about the title because you just had an epiphany yourself about what the speaker was going through? Can you say something new about the title? Once you've done that, if you take the moment to jot down these things, you likely have an outline in front of you. Now, maybe you haven't fleshed out every single one of these pieces. Maybe this isn't exactly what the question is asking for, but it's helped you to unravel the poem. Okay, it's helped you to break down. Again, we don't want to. I never want to talk about a poem in a way that digs a little flower bed with a giant snow shovel. I want to be able to just sort of poke around kind of gently and appreciate the artistry of it. But we are being asked to analyze the poem, and so we do have to deconstruct a little bit. And so now, while that's not the joy and the artistry that we maybe want from a poem, there is some joy in discovery of what the poet has done, and appreciation of what the poet has done. And you just want to write with that joy, bring that joy into your essay, if the actual question maybe isn't as joyful as it could be. I want to start with Paige's The Landlady. Now, we had a really good conversation with this a couple weeks ago when we were doing our tips and tricks FRQ1 session. And so the how the chat was going off, I hope that that's still happening. Again, thank you so much to those of you who are still fighting through with us. You are very, very strong, and I appreciate that. I hope the chat's going off pretty well in there too. And so we had a really good conversation with this, and I want to talk about this poem as well. I'll tell you that I talked for an hour and a half with a student about this poem this morning. And again, this is one where she brought one really awesome observation to it. She was able to look through and recognize how stylistically some of the places where I think if she had just stopped and read this poem and wrote the essay, she probably would have been at a mid-level. And I said that to her. But because we were able to talk through an outline together, and she took the time to think about how those pieces really truly related, we were able to talk through probably what would have been a high-level essay. And I was really proud to hear that from her. So let's take a minute to read through this once. I'll ask you to read through. I encourage you to read through every poem twice, but I will read through it once. The Landlady. Take a minute, think about what connotations you have for that. If you haven't joined us before, take a look. What connotations do you have for that? Or what does that ring out for you? Through sepia air, the borders come and go, impersonal as trains, pass silently, the craving silence swallowing her speech. Click doors like shutters on a camera eye. Because of her, their lives become exact. Their entrances and exits are designed. Phone calls are cryptic. Oh, her ticklish ears advance and fall back stunned. Nothing is unprepared. They hold the walls about them as they weep or laugh. Each face is dialed to 0 publicly. She peers, stippled with curious flesh, pads on the patient landing like a pulse, unlocks their keyholes with a wire of sight, searches their rooms for clues when they are out, pricks when they come home late. Wonders when they are quiet, jumps when they move, dreams that they dope or drink, trembles to know the traffic of their brains, jaywalks their street in clumsy shoes. Yet knows them better than their closest friends. Their cupboards and their secrets are their drawers, their books, their private mail, their photographs are theirs and hers. Knows when they wash how frequently their clothes go to the cleaners, that they like to eat, their curvature of health, but even so is not content. And like a lover must know all, prays she may catch them unprepared at last and palm the dreadful riddle of their skulls, hoping the worst. Even just now, how is the title, The Landlady, different for you than it was when we first looked at the poem? And again, I'm fairly certain this is from the exam a few years ago, so it's fairly recent, and it's likely something that maybe you have seen either in your class or in your own study. So if you already had some semblance of it, maybe you can at least recognize how, because I know I feel it. I've read this even as recently as today, and to see the phrase "the landlady," I first off noticed that it's not the landlord, which is not a commentary on any sort of appropriate role or anything. It's just that the more common phrase is the landlord. And so to see landlady, that's going to be something that at least piques my interest in the first place. I'm going to notice that that's something that is slightly off from the norm. And then as I look through it, now a character has come to life for me. Even just looking at that word, it looks different to me because I know that there is more body to who this person is. So your job is to, if we look up at the prompt at the top here, your job is to, in a well-organized essay, analyze the speaker's complex portrayal. There it is, complex, of the landlady. You may wish to consider such elements as imagery, selection of detail, and tone. It's important, again, to remember, we're not going to, in our thesis, we want to avoid saying the word complex. We want to avoid saying imagery. We want to avoid saying selection of detail. We want to avoid saying tone, at least in our argument, right? We want to instead name those things. Now, again, I know I've said that all night, and several of these essays have in fact done just that, where they've used the word instead of named the word. But I think that if you name the word, then you're echoing, you're avoiding that restating, and you're making a stronger, more elevated claim. So that's not to say that if you misstep and you end up doing that anyway, it's not to say that you're that you're going to do poorly, because so many of these high-level essays have done well. All of that is to say, I think you just set yourself up for more success if you're able to do that other work. And so take that time to try to name those things in advance, and then play with them however you're going to play with them throughout the essay. Let's take a look here at some of the student examples. Let's start here. Let's start on this example. Let's start with the low example, because I don't think we've really chewed on a low example except that one that was hurried. And I know that this one wasn't hurried. It was maybe just a little bit lost. But there's still some good things that come of it. And then we can look at the high one. So take a moment to take a look at the landlady low example. So even just scanning this, remember, I don't have a problem with it being one page. I think you shortchange yourself, but not a big deal, okay? If this was even a paragraph longer, this person writes small. To have written on one page is not the end of the world. To take a look at the structure of the essay, it's even doing something that I've been coaching up as well. It gets right into it, it skips a line, and there's a body paragraph. I think that's the biggest misstep of this essay, is both the singular body paragraph, but also remember, you can showcase a lot in a body paragraph. This one doesn't. This one could, but this one would, with a little bit of TLC, could probably be able to take the claim that they make and craft it to be a stronger paragraph. So let's take a look. In the poem The Landlady by P.K. Page, he portrays her as a woman of knowledge and mystery, as she knows everything of her residents and watches as they leave. The landlady is the watcher of the building and them. This is a place, now obviously the grammar and syntax of that are not particularly strong, especially in the argument, but and again, I don't necessarily think this is something that's getting the thesis point, but it's because it summarizes. The landlady is the watcher. Now that sounds like, and obviously that's not really language that we want to affirm necessarily, but it's at least trying to make a point of characterizing what's going on here. The problem becomes, even in its summary, it's not a really good summary of what's going on in the poem either, and so that becomes a challenge. Now let's take a look at the topic sentence. Can this person build on it? Page's imagery of the poem in a selection of detail hit you emotionally and almost physically. As you read, you can almost feel the landlady watching you. And I'm going to assume that that's sort of where the sentence stops. I'll at least draw a line there for our purposes. Here's something that's particularly challenging, and something that I want you to really work to keep out of your writing. Don't say the word you. Don't say the word you. Don't say the word your. Don't say the word one. Might say, at most say the reader. But I'll tell you that even in looking at the AP reader's evaluation of this, they point to specifically the use of the word you in overabundance. What the problem with the word you, unless it's in a quote, obviously, but the problem with the word you is that it means you. And I just said you to what looks like well over 100 people at this point. And so to say you is really subjective based on who it is that is reading it. It implies that whoever comes into it is bringing their own experiences into it. And to a degree, that's true in terms of connotation. But more importantly, we're being asked to talk about how the author is developing this complexity. And that complexity has not yet been named. Now, here's a place where we do get a little bit stronger. Is about midway through the paragraph. The student says, Page's poem creates suspense as the landlady almost follows you. You get a better, she knows you better than your friends, and she almost haunts right over you. So one of the things that we want to pay attention to there is the fact that there are a couple of good things there. In that moment, the student has named that Page's poem creates suspense. Now, I don't think it creates suspense. I don't think that there's much that's suspenseful about this, but there's at least a tone that is almost what suspense is that we could talk about. And so there's at least something there that we could argue, and the student starts to starts to almost add a quote. Okay, you want to make sure that you're pulling evidence. Okay, because otherwise, and again, I don't want to belabor the point on this student. The score is what the score is, and that score is low. But I want you to recognize that if you're just adding in summary, this is sort of what it feels like. And if you're just adding in, and if you're not adding in evidence, this is what it feels like. And when you're not adding really strong claims, this is what it feels like. It's all, even if there is that good arm and that good leg, without the spine, nothing happens. So there's no real thesis here, and that becomes a challenge. Let's take a look at the high one here, and then we'll take a look at some more poetry. Now, I really like this one. This is one of my favorite of the high examples. In the poem, The Landlady by P.K. Page, the landlady snoops around the personal lives and belongings of her tenants. She learns so much about them without them actually establishing a relationship with them. Specific details are used to describe the landlady's behavior, demonstrates how a life lacking in human connection cannot give one a sense of fulfillment. So I said, don't say one, don't say you. We're going to let it slide on this because this is a pretty good, this is a level 3 thesis. The effects of a lack of human connection and a sense of fulfillment. That's real good. Okay, now we're living up at level 1. We're recognizing, we're bringing even what we saw in terms of the sophistication point. We noticed that there was, I forget exactly what the language was, but an interpretation other than what might be expected, or a different interpretation, an advanced interpretation. This is that. Okay, this is already sophisticated by virtue of the fact that this student has brought so much more into just the thesis statement alone. By the same token, the content of the introduction part of this paragraph, the content is kind of the same as what the low student was saying. It just was structured better. It had better, there were more, better just grammar that was brought into it. And it was deliberate. It was intentional into the idea that just enough of what we needed to know was present in order for us to get a sense of what we were talking about. And then the student jumps into a really awesome thesis statement. So that's great. Let's take a look at some paragraph structure here. Now, this is and off the top of my head, I believe this got an 8, and I think this is perfectly attainable for all of you. You can take a look. This is obviously 3 pages, but that's fine. It's well written. Scrolling through, you can see some of the paragraphs look a little bit long, but let's work through, I'm sure there are places where the student probably could have broken up one paragraph into 2, but as long as the focus of the essay is, the focus of that paragraph is still on the, that singular focus, and it's bringing in multiple examples, that's just increased nuance and increased sophistication. So here, the descriptive diction. Now, again, we've named that diction, and we didn't necessarily name it in the thesis statement. We named it in a topic sentence, and that's a little bit lower stakes. Your topic sentence should be like a mini thesis statement. It should be the argument of the paragraph. It should relate back to the thesis statement, and it should sort of bookend what's going on with the evidence you bring in. So if you're saying that there's descriptive diction, that's fantastic, because that's where you can start to, you've set yourself up to use some quotes, and you've set yourself up to make a really good argument and do that good analysis. And here, this student does that same thing that I pointed out a little while ago, which is that they started to echo individual words and their effect on the whole of the poem, the whole of the excerpt. The use of the word ticklish to describe, this is another thing that I like. They brought the whole quote in, and then a sentence later, they echoed the word ticklish. So I got ahead of myself. I apologize. She listens to their phone calls as, quote, her ticklish ears advance and fall back stunned, demonstrating an innate desire to snoop and a sense of joy it seems to bring her. Personally, I hear that word and the idea of the ears. And if we're talking about any sort of figurative language, I have the connotations of sort of like a dog or an animal getting excited at hearing something and their ears kind of twitching. So there's something, because there is something a little bit animalistic about this person as well, the way that they're sort of creeping around behind people. The use of the word ticklish to describe her ears shows that listening to one phone call will not satiate her. So now we've taken, actions, ear twitching. We've taken interactions, listening in on phone calls, and we've started to create this character. And if we're thinking about just being offered a snapshot of the character in a poem, this student has brought, if you think about if you're just taking a selfie with your friends, and everyone always ends up getting their head cut off and their ear cut off or something here and there. But if you take, a picture of all of, if you have somebody take a picture of you, obviously I know that's so much less fun. But then you've pulled back and you get to see more of what's going on around you and your friends. Here, that's what this student has done, is that they've gone into this close-up, highly concentrated, and that's what poetry is. It's saying something and saying it more intensely than any other form of writing can. And being able to pull back from that and say, okay, well, what else could I probably know? What else can I infer based on this information that I have? That shows that you can do that really strong analysis. I think we're going to have time to quickly get through one more poem and some examples here. So let's take a moment to jump back into the slide deck and take a look at that. If we have a little bit more time, we can. We took a look at this work a little as well back in our FRQ section to talk through the poem itself. We'll focus on the poem first. We'll talk a little bit about it and then get into a couple of student examples. Plants. Plants are deceptive. You see them there, looking as if once rooted, they know their place. Not like animals, like us, always running around, leaving traces. Yet from the way they breed, and twine, from their exhibitionist and rather prolific nature, we must infer a sinister, not to say imperialistic, grand design. Perhaps you've regarded, as beneath your notice armies of mangrove on the march, roots in the air, clinging, tendrils anchoring themselves everywhere. The world is full of shoots bent on conquest, invasive seedlings seeking wide open spaces, material gathering for explosive dispersal in capsules and seed cases. Maybe you haven't quite taken in the colonizing ambitions of hitchhiking birds on your sweater, surf-riding nuts bobbing on ocean, parachuting seeds, and other airborne traffic dropping in. And what about those special agents called flowers, dressed, perfumed, and made up for romancing, insects, bats, birds, bees, even you? Don't deny it, my dear. I've seen you sniff and exclaim, believe me, innocent, that sweet fruit, that berry is nothing more than an ovary, an instrument to seduce you into scattering plant progeny, part of a vast cosmic program that once set in motion cannot be undone, though we become plant food and earth wind down. They'll outlast us. They were always there, one step ahead of us. Plants gone to seed, generating the original profligate, extravagant, reckless, improvident weed. Now, obviously, we have these 4-line stanzas here. We've got a couple of examples of rhyme scheme. We've got this internal rhyme scheme going on, but we've got more of a conceit about this plant and its interaction with us that's going on. There's so much well, actually, pardon me, I'm getting ahead of myself. Pardon me. How would you ultimately analyze or define this relationship? Would you define it as symbiotic but invasive? Would it be independent but intertwined, intimate but unnoticed, or sustaining but limited? How would you define this relationship between us and plants? And while you take a look at that, let's take a look at the actual question itself. Analyze how the poet portrays the complex relationship, there it is again, ding, 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 among the speaker, the implied audience, and plant life. You may wish to consider the author's use of such techniques as syntax, diction, and figurative language. I absolutely want to talk about syntax here. There are so many different examples of it. But again, it's not about me being able, it's not about you rather being able to tell the reader that you know what syntax is. It's not about you being able to point out that there's examples of syntax. That's one where you absolutely need to go, no, so what? What is the effect of, for example, line 24, insects, birds, bats, bees, even you? What's the importance of that M dash to start and end that line? What's the importance of the parenthetical excuse me? All of these are different examples of syntax that are popping up throughout this poem. But again, so what? Now you can pick 3 of them and there you go. You've got your paragraph structure to work around. But you want to make sure that I think the most interesting part of this question is the phrase implied audience. Okay, what's the relationship between the speaker, the implied audience, and plant life? So we've got 3 different characters that we need to start to define and flesh out. And we can think about Tale's language because it helps us to know there's something about an implied audience. And I love that because, again, we're still not going to say you, because there is some audience that let's assume is not us, right? And there is a speaker who seems there's something coy about them. So we'll bring that in. Again, there is somebody unlike the landlady. There is someone here who has also seen you, and there's something that they almost like they caught you, not like they were stalking you, but rather that they just sort of noticed what you did. They saw you do it. And so we can talk about that. And then we have to also just define plant life. And again, there's these, I love this idea of them being hitchhikers is really delightful. So it looks like we are pretty evenly split here, and we should be. I think all of these are accurate. We're pretty split here between symbiotic but invasive, independent but intertwined, and intimate but unnoticed. Okay, I think all of those are true in a number of different spaces, and so it's important to take a look at that. Let's take a look at the high one here. Really sort of try to finish our evening on a high note with that. And work through that. So taking a look at plants and taking a look at the high example. Now, this is the high example, but we certainly don't have to do that thing. Plants have populated Earth since long before the dawn of humans. We don't have to do that. It fits here because it's able to it does sort of echo what's happening at the end of the poem, where it says, they'll outlast us. So we can do that, but I'm so much more interested in where it starts in the poem "Plants" by Oliver Sr. Taking a look, the speaker, taking a look at the trying to find our thesis. The speaker argues his point through sinister diction, personification of plant life, and direct addresses to the audience. Now, that is a great way to echo what the question said. Remember, don't restate the question, but do echo it. And I think that's so great, and because it names all the things. Okay, it doesn't just list off that they're there, it names them. So it doesn't and we'll get to it in a second. Sinister diction, it names the diction. It doesn't just say that a senior uses diction. Personification of plant life. So there's a number of different ways that the plants are personified, and all of that, all of that ultimately goes back to what we said a moment ago in terms of these various what do you call it? The various definitions of the relationship that we named in the poll question. So personification allows us a lot of leeway to bring in that sort of poetic device, and it allows us the opportunity to talk about multiple different places where the plants are personified. We could probably write an essay just on that, but it wouldn't answer all the questions. So we're going to have to now have pretty layered paragraphs, and we're going to actually have a number of paragraphs, or we can. And so it's going to bring up that level of sophistication. And then we have direct addresses to the audience. Now, what I love about this is that it doesn't actually, it doesn't name the implied audience, but that's okay, because the question isn't asking for us to name the implied audience. It's asking for us to understand how that relationship is portrayed. And so the answer is by direct addresses. Now, in addition to that, we also have that this student has written A does B through 1, 2, 3. The speaker, A, argues, is our verb. A argues B, his point. It's simple enough, but the rest of that is so much more layered. What's really good about that idea of his point, or what's going to make that word choice for the student strong, is if the student ultimately at the end of the essay in their conclusions is surmising what that point is. How do we ultimately get to that point? Because now we've spent the whole essay talking about how we got there. What is it? And then we can get into just a stronger level 1, level 2, level 3 formed essay. Let's take a look at how we see those paragraphs develop. Senior's warning is underscored by the speaker's word choice used to describe the plants through the poem. It's a really good topic sentence as well for a number of reasons. It's a complex and nuanced topic sentence. Senior's warning. And so now, and again, we have a little bit of that language up in the introduction as well. I realize that I'm sort of saying that he's not naming it, but he is in other places. I'm talking strictly about the thesis. And so senior's warning, we've named what the point is in the topic sentence. In that moment, it echoes the thesis. Great job. The speaker's word choice is underscored by the speaker's word choice. So now in this paragraph, we're going to be talking about word choice. It's used to describe the plants throughout the poem, and we're going to be talking about those descriptions. And so now we have a couple of pieces where in this paragraph it's already layered, and it's already starting to be sophisticated. He's going to deliver on it, which no doubt the author does. The student has to be able to deliver on the blend of senior's warning with speaker's word choice. And that's the third and so there's two pieces that make it a complex paragraph and a sophisticated paragraph, but it also draws a third line. Again, I said, make sure not to confuse senior and the speaker. The poet and the speaker shouldn't be described as the same person. If you're looking for a pronoun to use, you can maybe infer that if you know the pronoun of the author, you can use the pronoun, that pronoun as a substitute for the speaker. But if it's unknown ultimately, but overall, you don't want to say, that senior is talking about his relationship with plants. The speaker is talking about their relationship with plants. And so senior is is giving a warning, but the speaker's word choice is what ultimately brings it about. And it's such a subtle difference that comes into this essay, but it makes it that much stronger. Okay. And again, here's one of those moments where we're pointing to specific words that draw about connotation. And the student even says conquest implies that plants are harmful to humanity. And this word seduce suggests that plants intend to persuade. And so when we talk about personification, now this student has delivered at sort of all, 3 or 4 different places where that personification comes into play. The malevolent nature of plants is also illustrated by senior's use of personification. So now, again, this student has done a phenomenal job of keeping kind of each character or each role player separated. And as a result, just like we saw, maybe an hour ago in the King Lear excerpt, just as we saw there where we had a number of different characters to talk about, who are all bringing in that moment idealism. Here, we have a number of different characters who are all bringing us different things to talk about in terms of our I'll bring different things to talk about in terms of what their role is in the poem. And so there's some personification, there's some there's a group being conquested, or being conquered is the right word there. I apologize. We're nearly at the end of 5 hours here. So there's a group being conquered, and there's a group there's a speaker and an author. And so that's really, really fantastic. And so as a result, by keeping those things separated, it makes it that much easier to talk about all those things in relationship to one another. Again, it just goes back to how characters are interacting, what their motivation is. And so to bring those facts about, it helps us to really kind of land the plane from 5 hours ago that those really are the most important things, is to think about motivation, think about fit. So the speaker gives human traits to the plants. Obviously, that's what personification means, but it portrays them as evildoers with strategies and thoughts of their own. And now that's a good claim, and he backs it up with a direct piece of evidence, anchoring themselves to everything. And then, so we've delivered on one part of the thesis, we've delivered on the second part of the thesis. The first paragraph was all about diction. The second paragraph was all about that personification. The third paragraph is all about the speaker's address to the audience, displaying his belief that the audience has been fooled by plants and must be shown truths. He speaks as someone who is knowledgeable. And again, there's a claim, and this is a really good example of what I was talking about earlier, where the higher up in the paragraph you can get your evidence, the more space you have to riff on that evidence at the bottom of the paragraph. And so being able to do that is really important, because now you have this pattern where you have an argument, you have you have a bit of context, you have the quote, and then you're drawing conclusions. The more that you're drawing conclusions, the more likely you are to be doing that interpretation, and the more likely you are to get to that theme. And so let's take a look at the conclusion. The poem Plants portrays a speaker who believes plants are sinister beings who trick the audience into overlooking. So there again, now he's really wrapping up that point. He's got that word point from the thesis statement. He's got 3 different paragraphs that we've got to get together, and the student is doing that well. So we have sinister beings, great. Shows the speaker's warning to the audience through word choice personification. And then overall, the speaker reveals that plants are not what they seem. Nothing as benevolent as we believe. And so there's sort of, it ends on this kind of grand statement about plant life in general, and that's your level 3 language, making bigger claims about the world. Really good work. We are right here at 10 o'clock. And my goodness, 76 of you hanging around. I noticed, sort of about half an hour ago, people starting to drop off, and I really appreciate those of you who hung on. Let's take a few moments just to end with some test-taking points. Finish writing. Get through all the work first, then go back and edit. Show the things you do well. The readers are trying to give you points. They want you to succeed the same way I want you to succeed. Everyone in the chat wants you to succeed. Everybody who's on still listening in wants you to succeed. Okay. So just, they will give you points for what you do well. It's all right there. You know it. You've got it in front of you. You just need to make sure that you craft it. And at the end of the day, nerves mean you care. It means that something good is happening. Listen to the right thoughts in your head, and take a minute to just make sure that you're always giving yourself that positive self-talk. We will absolutely give you that positive self-talk on our various social media platforms at ThinkFiveable. Definitely make sure to include those hashtags that Amanda shouted out so many hours ago. Yes, we cram, and oh goodness, I forgot the second one. My apologies. But yes, we cram. Talk about your experience in this course, in other courses. It's been really, really wonderful to have you. I'm going to finish you with this. We've talked all night about people who inspire me and keep me going. Obviously, this community is a really great one. The Fiveable social team wants to make sure that community keeps going. Everyone who's hanging out in Discord, and they certainly will be there for your help after the fact. But I've talked about all the people who inspire me tonight. So I'm going to end with just one last bit for you, paraphrasing and borrowing a little bit from Mr. Rogers. Take these 10 seconds, and with me for just 10 seconds, think about all the people who have helped you to get to this point in a year that has been unlike no other. Think about all the people, not we're all here for you in this cram, absolutely, but think about all the people who know you IRL, who have helped you get to this point. Just take 10 seconds to think on that with me. They're going to be there with you tomorrow. We're going to be there with you tomorrow. You're going to kill it. It's going to be great. And you have absolutely put in the work to deserve that. So keep this going on Discord. And thank you for being here and being with me for these 5 hours. It has been a pleasure. Best of luck tomorrow, y'all. Have a good one.